All right, all right, all right. Jesus. You people have no idea how lucky you have it. You know, most streamers, they show up 30 minutes late, okay? I show up, what, 5 minutes late and you people lose your fucking minds? What's up? Ugh. Yeah. Haircut? Not really, just the side shaved. I still need to get Vermin to cut the length. We just didn't have time yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday because I was speaking with... I called them a journalist, but I think a documentarian might be the better term. So I got a little interview for 4 hours. So that was cool. Made me feel important, you know, like my voice was meaningful. Yeah. Tell us more. I don't know if it's spoilers. I don't want to spoil anything. I don't know. Howdy, howdy. We got a lot to talk about, and a limited length of time during which we can do it. Did you know the Vosh Rad song turns 1 year old today? Really, it does. That is wild. You know, the Vosh Rad song, in addition to slapping, uh, is also Pog. It was made by the band Sweet Myths, you know? I actually got a letter from them recently. I still need to send a response because I take forever to get this stuff done, but they actually sent me, look, it's an honest to God fucking CD. Isn't that crazy? Or DVD? I don't know what terms. I don't know what any of this means, okay? But isn't that awesome? That's so cool. They make great music? Yeah, they do. Again, I'm really not a big like music guy, so I don't know like if I talk about music, I'm going to embarrass myself. But yeah, you guys should check out Sweet Myths. How can they be bad? They made Vosh rad. That's pretty rad. Oh, we'll get to it, Pandora, don't you worry. We we have stuff to talk about. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh god, how do we even get to all of it? Well, I suppose the best way of getting to it would just be to sort of sit here and complain about how much we have to get to, you know? Have you seen the clip of them performing Vosh Rad in the car blimp thing? Oh, yeah, I have. It slaps. It makes me feel so cool, you know? Yeah, I gotta say, I've said this before, but I mean, I totally understand why, like, ye kings of old would commission songs about them, you know? That it's fucking, it just slaps so hard hearing a song about you. Jesus Christ, you know? Um, so you know, when the kings were commissioning, like, the local bard to sing a song about their, you know, beautiful locks of hair. They probably had that shit on repeat, you know? Got the court bard playing that 24/7. All the other people, except this was made without pay. Yeah. Don't highlight the exploitation. Yeah, it was a gift. I know gifts are not necessarily exploitation. In fact, almost by definition, they're not exploitation because they're gifts. No, I know. Shut up. It was a joke. Shut up. I got no sleep last night, okay? I was right on the cusp of falling asleep last night. I was like this close. I was bordering the realm of sleepfulness. And you know what fucking happened? We did pay them to use the song in your channel trailer, though. Wait, did we? That's awesome. I don't remember. I did? Cool. That was cool of me. um, last night, how'd you forget that? Tempest, don't ask me that. Uh, last night I was this close to falling asleep. I was so close, and I get woken up by Vermin. Vermin fucking kicks down the bedroom door. Ian, you need to get up right now. I assume someone's dead. I rouse myself up to wakefulness and I'm gurgling out words. You know what happened, and apparently Vermin, not Vermin. Oh my god! Apparently Pigeon stepped in poop and tracked poop, and we needed to give Pigeon a baby bath. Vermin did not step in any poop, to my knowledge. So we had to give Pigeon a baby bath, and she is not not Okay, Vermin, whatever. Details. She was a disgusting baby, very stinky, and we had to give her a bath at like 3 a.m. And she didn't like it. She protested very loudly, and then she tried to slash Vermin's throat, but failed. And then we let her go. And then she ran out into the hall, and Artemy walked up to her and licked her, which was good. Why do you have to wash your don't cats wash themselves? Not hairless cat. Well, hairless cats do lick themselves, but it's kind of a waste of time. Cats have barbed tongues, which are really, really good for cleaning hair, but it doesn't do much to clean skin. So hairless cats, they get oily. Like, you can't lick that clean. So you need to give them baths fairly regularly, you know? Also, yes, you still have to clean cats. Well, you don't have to clean haired cats, like, unless something happens, right? Yeah, I know you can wash regular cats, but that's not like a once a week thing. That's like if something happens, right? Yeah, like if they get muddy or something, yeah. But Pigeon needs fairly regular baths. Why are you telling this story? I don't know. Jeez. God. And I don't even have Vermin. Can you get me one single length of paper towel so that I can blow my nose when my nose gets stuffy? Thank you. I do what I can, folks. I got a stuffy nose in warm rooms. Why can't Vosh talk about his life without you degenerates getting annoyed? Yeah, unfortunately it's because of the Hassan chat influence, you know? Hassan's chat will scream stunlock anytime anything happens. He'll be on the segment and people will scream stunlock, so the influence is bleeding over a little bit. Yeah. Stunlock, yeah, funlock. These are fun locks, you know? Anyway, we really do have a lot to talk about, so let's not belabor this too far. First of all, before we do any real important, meaningful politics, nice try, Tempest. First, let's talk about something utterly meaningless outside of my own community. That's not a paper towel.
But I don't want to go downstairs.
No, I specifically didn't want the... Oh, life is so hard. Here. Clean baby. Look, she looks more pink. See? Wow, you're sharp. Ooh, yeah, you're very sharp. Yep. Ooh, yeah. Well, thankfully, the tension you're putting on my forearm is making me look more jacked than I am, so thanks for that, Pigeon. Yeah? Just... Is this... What are we... You're completely horizontal. What do you... There we go. Be free, I guess. She's not having it? Yeah, well, she's fucking stupid. Be good. What's that spot on her arm? Which one? She's literally got spots. Like, she has patterns on her skin. Left front arm. Oh, here? Oh, for some reason she licks like the same part of her a part of her like forearm all the time. At first we thought it was like a stress thing, you know, because sometimes like cats can over clean a spot, which which can be a sign of anxiety. But she doesn't act stressed in any way. Like, she'll run around and purr and, you know, rub her face against stuff. So she doesn't act anxious. I think she might just be a fucking idiot. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, I think that might be it. I think she might just be a huge fucking idiot. You know? Could it be something you can mention to the vet? We brought her to the vet. She's perfectly healthy. Apart from being very stupid. But we haven't had her take a cat IQ test, you know? Absolute dumbass, this one. Okay. That was 10 minutes, guys, of stun locking. Now we get to something that's also basically a stun lock. My subreddit, again, revolting against me. What are these people doing? This is like the third post like this. Women good, actually. Vosh needs to do a better job making his community more hospitable to women. A good step in the right direction would be stopping with the ironic misogyny. He could also do more video topics that apply more to women, such as talking about women's issues on the dating scene or in online communities in general. I definitely think Vosh community is overflowing with young cis men, which tend to act the most obnoxious. I think Vosh appealing more to women would make the community a bit more chill and less of a lefty DGG offshoot. I don't know what this has to do with being a DGG offshoot. Does Destiny make yeah, I guess he does. Imagine unironically being a cis man in VGG. Yeah, seriously. What are you people doing? We got to get the vibes. We got to investigate what's going on. Wow. This comment section is absolute shit. That's amazing. I totally agree with the OP. What do you do? Cats! Whatever. Vosh is a political streamer who talks about lefty political issues. He's like the second biggest political streamer. Thank you. Completely ignoring a political issue is bad, because commenting on these issues is part of a... No! Why'd you let the cats in here? We're taking them out.
I was trying to get it.
Nope.
Oh, the window.
Nope. 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 I'm working. Nope. Work environment. Out. Out. All of you. Out. Goodbye. Out. You're distracting. Goodbye. He should have the responsibility and have a duty to be informed on feminist issues and talk about them. Again, because it's his job. There is no excuse for this. Stop making excuses for this. To be clear, I'm not trying to cancel him or be mad at anyone. It's a good faith criticism. Guys, I appreciate the end bit there to remind me that it's not a bad faith criticism. I don't know. Do we tear into this or do we try to be calm? Which do you think we try? Lightly charitable? Be calm? Ooh. All right. Excuse me, this is a trans-inclusive radical chauvinist community. Nice. I agree with you, OP, even if you stop the women bad jokes and invited more women's issues experts on. For discussions, I think it would be appreciated. Excuse me. You're so right. I have recommended Vosh to several of my lefty girlfriends, and didn't like his content exactly because of those ironic femoid bad jokes. They don't have videos or anything like that. Really uncomfortable to watch the kind of humor present, etc., etc. Okay, that tracks. Honestly, there's a lot of immaturity in the way he runs his channel. True. He's too concerned with being edgy and dank instead of actually educating. It's really turned me off of him since the Charlie Kirk debate, which was really informative. But I think that exposed a huge contrast between the style, that style, and the style he uses on his channel. Oh, I don't like this one at all. It'd be cool if he talked with an informed feminist sometime about women's struggles in daily life. Damn, people are being super weird in the comments. The idea that Vosh isn't qualified to speak on women's issues is ridiculous. True! Nobody is more qualified to speak on women's issues than me. It is known. All right, we got to talk. Apparently, I don't have a paper towel to blow my nose into. All right, let's hit it up. Let's respond in calm, good faith. I'm ready. So, I think I talk about women's issues. But like, leaving aside the ironic misogyny, I do feel like I touch on feminist issues pretty much nonstop, don't I? I usually talk about it, like, when it affects men more often, because every other fucking lefty online pretty much only talks about feminist issues in relationship to women. But I feel like I still touch on them pretty often. One of the reasons why I focus a lot on, like, the men's side of this stuff, like incel shit or, like, dating or whatever, is because I feel like I'm trying to compensate for what is otherwise a massive bias towards only addressing the women's sides of these issues. I don't think that's bad, right? I mean, I think that's fine, especially since the rest of the left seems like so dedicated to only discussing that from like a women's perspective, I guess, but still feels a little off. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess I just don't feel that way. It feels like nobody else in the left sphere is very good. Well, Contra's good, but for the most part, I feel like a lot of people in the left space are really bad at talking about men's issues. But men's issues are feminist issues, so completely ignoring a political issue is bad because commenting on these issues is part of his job. This is kind of stupid. Nobody, first of all, I am not completely ignoring any political issue with regards to women's rights. Second of all, nobody is obligated to comment on every single issue taking place. So this part is wrong, and this part implies something that is also wrong. I don't. Do I completely ignore feminism? You know. He should have the responsibility and have a duty to be informed on feminist issues and talk about them. Like, in what way? I guess I just want to know, like, what issues do you want me to talk about, right? You know? Yeah, I don't really know. I guess I don't know. I think most non-male breadtubers unironically hate men. I don't know about breadtubers, but I think a lot of the online left do hate men. You seem like you don't know a lot about women's issues. I guess I would challenge anyone to think of, like, an issue... Like, guys, is there any, like, miss I've ever had on women's issues? Like, being real, I mean, it feels... I feel like every time I talk about them, I mean... people talk about me like I never do. I feel like I'm pretty consistent with that stuff, you know? I mean, I'm sure I have at some point, but... Next meme. Even if he stopped the women bad jokes and invited more women's issues experts on for discussions, I think it would be appreciated. I think this is cringe. Guys, if your default solution to perceived bias in a content creator is to tell them to invite more of a minority group on, I don't know. I don't know if that fixes anything. Yeah, if you want to see more women, go watch women streamers and women YouTubers, you know? Yeah, I'm not going to tokenize women by inviting them on as some kind of, like, shield against criticisms for my misogyny, you know? I think that's really weird. You can... If you want to see, like, women talk about this stuff, there are literally thousands of them online doing it right now, you know? You can hit them up. You know what I mean? I totally get this. Some people might be uncomfortable with the memes. There's a lot of immaturity in the way he runs his channel. He's too concerned with being edgy and dank instead of actually educating. Couldn't you also phrase this as, I'm just being myself? Isn't authenticity supposed to be one of the big pluses of the live streaming community? It's not like concerned with being edgy and dank. I do the same shit in person. Guys, it's not like my birth through 2018. I was like super clean and never made edgy jokes, and then like I stream and I'm like, okay, time to be performatively edgy. I mean, yeah, it's been a pretty consistent thing. I just don't like the implication that it's disingenuous, you know? The Charlie Kirk debate wasn't informative. What you're thinking of is it was calm. The Charlie Kirk debate really wasn't informative. We touched on the surface level of, like, every issue. I go more informative in any segment on my channel than in the Charlie Kirk debate. Any conversation with a conservative is not even going to be 101 stuff. It's going to be 100 stuff, you know? What you're thinking of is that it was calm and measured. I think you might be more interested in the aesthetics of professionalism than actual, like, education, you know? It'd be cool if we talk with an informed feminist sometime about women's struggles in daily life. I'm literally an informed do you think feminist only means women? What are you implying? Yeah. There is a post about this on here every day. Irish Laddie, do you have anything to say about this? And this is the only reason I saw this, by the way, because I was shitting 15 minutes ago and I saw this ping on my phone. I don't know if he's going to ban everyone here or say good take and adopt the suggestion, but good luck. Hope you don't get 1984. Stay fearful, my friends. Vosh can grow larger if he changes his content and makes his community more hospitable to women. Wait, when has making your community hospitable to women ever helped the growth of YouTubers? Don't edgy boy YouTubers I'm pretty sure some of the biggest YouTubers engage in I'm just saying, I feel like the market has rewarded misogyny a lot. Maybe I need to tone it up a little bit. But yeah, no, I get it. Like Curtis Connor, whatever. But dude, Curtis Connor does it the opposite. Curtis Connor shit talks dudes. In Curtis Connor's like TikTok review videos, he'll like talk down men the exact same way I talk down women, except it's not ironic. He'll do it in like the male feminist, like performatively compensating for the sociological problems with men way, you know? At least when I do it with women, it's ironic, right? It's just more acceptable to dunk on men from the left than it is to dunk on women, you know? He totally does, right? Not even true, dude. Guys, have you watched Curtis Connor? Come on, you know that he does that. He usually has good takes, though, and I don't. He does do that, though. He does dunk on men. He usually goes for toxic dudes, though. He talks about men. He does criticize men. Yeah, men who are actively being trash. My guys, I've watched the videos. He'll watch trashy men and then talk about men. You know? Like, you know how anti-SJWs will watch, like, crazy feminists and then talk about, like, women? He does that. He does do that. It's just more acceptable to dunk on men. He just makes it clear it's not all men. Yeah, which means he's making an actual talking point, isn't he? At least when I say femoid bad, what am I even implying there? I don't actually make arguments. Yeah, he's literally said all dudes are trash, hasn't he? I'm pretty sure he said that, or something at least approximating that talking point. Yeah. What does making satirical jokes about women accomplish, though? It makes me happy. Is there any disadvantage to getting rid of them? Yeah, I'll be less happy. Funny, because Curtis Connor is a very popular video titled Are Men Trash? He argues, yes, any men arguing against that are trash, and was well received by his female audience. Normal liberal feminist, polar opposite, healthy masculinity. In the men are trash video, obviously acknowledge that it's not all men. The conclusion is men don't behave poorly like these examples. Yeah, it just feels like he makes joke videos. Oh, so the irony is excusable in that direction. Guys, you really don't think that people dunk on men a lot from the left? Not to the same extent, but I've seen some ironic homophobia as well. Dude, I'm Pan. I get to make gay jokes. Fuck you. If I say, damn, this shit sure is gay, I'm allowed to. Sorry. That's my goddamn right. Okay? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, y'all are really showing your asses right now with men. Always erasing my queerness. Yeah, I don't know. Do I just look straight? I guess I give straight energy. A bit sometimes, yeah. So then it's okay to dunk on both men and women. So my logic has always been jokes are okay if you don't give arguments. That's in my mind. So the content that I produce is really, really progressive. So I figure that if you're watching me, you're probably at least like aware of the fact that I'm a feminist and that I have these positions on gender issues and that I'm a gender abolitionist and et cetera, et cetera. At least a lot of that stuff, right? So my thing is, I think jokes are okay as long as you're not enabling arguments that are made unironically against women, right? So here's the big difference to me, right? There's a really big difference between saying stuff like femoid bad, which, while it's a joke, isn't an argument. There's actually no substance to it. You can't use that to inform people's unironically bigoted positions. Maybe unironic bigots would hear that and agree with it if they are sexist, but it can't lend their arguments credence. Whereas there are some types of jokes about women where even if they're jokes, they do supply the same arguments as people who are unironically sexist. Somebody who goes on like a joking tirade about how like women suck because they always pretend to have headaches when you want to sleep with them, you know? Something like that. I feel like if you make that kind of argument and you do it in a way that like it's a joke, but it kind of borders on the kinds of unironic arguments people might make, that might actually like lead people over. Bavosh, what if you replaced femoid with Jew? Would that also just be a joke? Yeah, I don't really think those are comparable. I think that the degree to which people are marginalized plays a really heavy role in the extent to which you can make these jokes, right? Also, the jokes that I make are informed by the fact that as a part of the left, we already have like a broader acceptance of feminism and in a way an almost overcompensatory obsession with prioritizing women. Are Jews more marginalized than women? In some ways, particularly with online, like, bigoted humor, yes. It's really complicated. But I'll put it this way. If you really think saying femoid bad is comparable to saying Jews bad, like, yeah, I feel like there are some very... feel like there are very different memes here. You know what I mean? Very, very big differences. Back out of this convo if you can to avoid the grief Lamal. It's too late for that, vermin. It's not that women aren't oppressed, because there are ways in which women are severely marginalized in the modern world. It's about the way in which your language is perceived and taken. So, being honest with you guys, I have seen basically no misogyny in my community. I understand that sounds ridiculous because there almost certainly has been, and I know that it's existed just fragmentally in its own ways, in the way that it does sort of everywhere. But in terms of, well, you can Pepe post all you want, but like unironically, I really do think that the community is on the whole like pretty positive about women, right? The issue is, I feel like if you start making like ironic alt-right jokes, that brings out a very different element of the community, especially since the femoid jokes are meant to be kind of like a satire, you know? So when I make like ironic jokes about women, first of all, using the term femoid is already like a self-dunk. If you're saying the term femoid in the context of a leftist stream, you're obviously making fun of the language that incels use about women. You know what I mean? Like, if for a person to be like a socialist, a feminist, a gender abolitionist, and then they're like, yeah, femoid's bad. Like, you're obviously parodying the language of people who have different political takes. You don't get that same energy with Jews bad. That's just not present. The satire isn't present either. Because in the left, on the left, there's a sort of imbalance in the dynamic with which we address and assess men's and women's issues with regards to feminism. That dichotomy, that dynamic, it doesn't really exist when it comes to anti-Semitic issues. There's not really a counterbalance to anti-Semitic issues that get addressed to a different degree. Yeah, so there's a really big difference in how these jokes are taken. Isn't this a little, how can I be sexist when I'm a leftist? Yes. Yes, you get more leeway to make jokes like that the more progressive you are. Just in the same way that people who are in the queer community get a lot more leeway in my book, with making jokes that might be homophobic in other contexts, you know? Don't you think there's a really big difference between watching TV with, like, your gay friend and watching it with your, like, I hate gay people uncle? And they both see a character on the TV who's, like, really effeminate, and they're both like, that guy's gay. Like, don't you think there's a difference there, you know? Even if the language and the tone is exactly the same from both of them, there's very clearly a different connotation depending on what you know about that person. Which is why being informed about an individual or the context of a group matters a lot when it comes to interpreting these jokes. You're forgetting something, Vosh. Nuance and context clues only matter when we're excusing saying toxic shit about men. How one of your own mods argued we can't criticize women whose views and expectations normalize toxic masculinity. I can't speak for my mods, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't fucking know, Tempest. Maybe at a family reunion or whatever. What point is there to making the joke? What is accomplished? Why do people keep asking that? Like every single thing out of my mouth is part of some kind of utilitarian calculus. You know what I mean? Like every word that I choose is optimized. I talk how I talk. I try to be reasonable with the stuff that I say, and I put thought into the things that I say. But like, what value is there in saying? I mean, what does that mean? I guess I would need to feel the harm a little bit, you know? I guess I just haven't... Guys, maybe I just need to be shown it. I just haven't seen that much sexism in my community. I just haven't seen it, you know? Um, I haven't. If anything, I'm frustrated. You guys need to be more sexist. Every time I have a woman on and I disagree with them, I have to fight back against your guys' instinctive, chauvinistic desire to defend them against me, you know? Yeah, I guess I'd just... I guess I just have to figure that out. I think the harm is even ironic misogyny can make people uncomfortable. Yeah, but that, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if I care about as much. There's a big difference between ironic sexism is worsening the community and ironic sexism is making people uncomfortable. Lots of shit I do makes people uncomfortable. There are tons of mannerisms that I engage in that make people uncomfortable. That's not an argument against me doing it necessarily. If you want, you can play the businessman and argue that I'd make like more money or get more subscribers if I tone that down a little bit, but I do value authenticity. I care about cultivating a good community, though, so if I get the feeling that real harm is being done with this behavior, then I can work in it, but I guess I need to see it a little bit, you know? Growth doesn't happen when you're comfortable. That what? Oh, wait, you mean other people's growth. Sorry. You mean growth. Okay, sorry. I thought you meant my channel's growth. Like my channel can only grow if I'm uncomfortable with what I'm saying or something. I misinterpret. Don't chat. I misinterpreted. It's yeah. Isn't people being turned off from the community harm? Okay, so should I stop speaking in a deep voice, which a lot of people accuse me of? Like, should I? Like, some people say that it comes off as like brutish and masculine to them. Like, should I stop with the Pepes in chat because a lot of people associate them with the far right, like 4chan posting? Should I like? You could go. You could do that like a lot. A lot of stuff I do makes people uncomfortable. Oh, should I stop ever attacking anybody on the left? That makes people uncomfortable. Should I stop criticizing tankies? That makes people uncomfortable. When I tell so-called land back activists that ethnic cleansing is bad, that made thousands of people uncomfortable on Twitter. Should I, like, to me, I need to see, like, the harm. So, guys, I'm genuinely asking you, is there, like, sexism in my community? More so than the default nominative level, but like, is it a problem? If it is, then I'd like to see screenshots or something. Seriously, if you see like people being really weird about women, screenshot it and email it to me. I won't respond to you because I'll probably get a lot of emails. But I'd like to see it because I just, yeah, I just don't see it. I think so a little bit. There isn't a single sexist in the whole community of 400,000 people. Well, obviously, just as a numbers game, there are guaranteed to be a few. But I mean, like, is it a community issue? And I would need to see evidence to that. This is just why, like, some of this stuff bothers me a little bit. If you don't like the jokes, or whatever, that's totally okay. That's totally fine. That's fair. That's reasonable. But there are people here acting like I'm ignorant, or acting that I'm doing harm, or that I need to bring people on to compensate for some deficiency in the wokeness of my community. And that comes off as very presumptuous to me, because I don't think these problems necessarily exist. You're missing the point, I think? Well, you're free to type the point out. Yeah, what are these downvoted uh-oh. Wow. He's edgy as fuck, and that's why I like him. However, you're correct in stating his edge drives away people from the community. Why is this downvoted? Wait, what's wrong with this comment? Seriously? A person saying that he's edgy and they like the edginess, but also acknowledging that it's isolating or alienating to some people? That's... I'd say women are the least joked about group of people in Vosh's videos. Not sure what you guys are talking about. People, only true fans will know that I dunk on men pretty fucking often as well. Actually, I feel like when I dunk on guys, it's more sincere than when I dunk on women. Every time I talk about dating, I go into a 20-minute tirade about how all men are emotionally damaged and I would never want to date them. I feel like, if anything, when I'm given the opportunity to do so, I clearly have much more negative opinions about men than I do about women. But, yeah. Please move on. The Pandora Papers are 1,000 times more important. Do you know that? Do you know that for sure? You don't think this is going to make international headlines for weeks in a row? I swear I see this posted once a day, like, damn, bro, have some humor in your life. I honestly wish he'd make more jokes about men. Shit's funny, TBH. Just laugh and move on, that's all. No. Deleted. Deleted? Oh, come on. Sounds like you're saying you want Vosh to speak for women, which I'm pretty sure is not what you want. No. I want that. I know why you'd ever think Vosh qualified to talk about these topics he has no expertise on. Wait! Stop! In the Haas gender panel, he did that. There's zero doubts he makes jokes consistently. Yeah. Wasn't I only making misogynistic jokes here because I was explicitly defending? Wait, the Haas gender Twitch panel. When did... I don't remember what I said there. I don't remember. Are you saying trans women aren't women? Because Vosh has done tons of pro-trans content. He has moved a lot of people, including me, further to the left of these issues. Damn, that gets negative 29 here? Wait. When I make these jokes like you, I'm called sexist. Tron Panda TKS, that's because you are sexist. You fool. You have to be left-leaning. Your subreddit might have a problem? Yeah. I've been thinking of reformatting my subreddit sometime soon. You know? I gotta think about how I want it cleaned. Are they mad you don't talk about cis women more? I don't know. I'll end this here. If you don't like the memes, you don't like the memes. I take great issue with the idea that this is a product of ignorance or bias or bigotry on my part, especially when I ever talk about... Guys, I feel like every time I talk about gender issues, I end up going into a 1-hour video about how men are super damaged. You know, like, I have one video on toxic femininity, and the rest of it is like me talking about all the ways in which society has like harmed men and made them emotionally unavailable and like incompetent at like dealing with their feelings. I don't know. I don't talk about like the women's sides of it that much because like what do you want me to talk about? What women's issue? Abortion? Not only have I debated that a dozen times, I also raised $1.8 million for Planned Parenthood. Do you want me to talk about parenting rights? I have. I'm clearly in favor of, you know, ending hiring bias when it comes to sex, potential pregnancy, allowing for maternal and paternal leave. I don't like what issue, right? I guess I just want to know like what issue, you know? Like what are... Do you think your gender abolition stance makes gendered issues less important to you? I don't think so. You live with the you know, what you're born with. You gotta work in the system you're in. Didn't you talk a bit about sexual harassment during Anime Rant? Every single time I talk about anime, I go into a screed about sexism. Literally every time I talk about anime, I go into this. I'm incapable of talking about anime without talking about the problems with sexism and pedophilia in the entire medium, you know? Women face a lot in interpersonal interactions. Maybe tell guys to be less creepy to women. Have you watched my videos giving men dating advice? I feel like telling them to not be creepy to women is like a third of those videos, right? A ton of it is like, don't have any weird expectations. Talk to women like they're regular-ass people. Just be friends to them and build off of that in the future if they seem interested. Like, I don't know, man. I feel like I touch on this stuff. I feel like a lot of people just hear me say femoid bad, and then they like infer that I don't talk about... I know not everyone can watch all the hundreds of videos that get put out, like 3 every day, basically, but, you know... Your subreddit sometimes can't criticize Shu without being misogynistic. That's true! That's the only time I see misogyny in my community, when you fuckers on Reddit are talking about Shu. But the people who complain about Shu also complain about me, which makes me wonder if that's the DGG element. I know they're overrepresented in the Shu hate threads. Like that clip that was posted about Paul's ego shitting on Shu. I don't know what you're referring to. Yeah. My community is sexist against exactly one one woman, you know? What about, does anyone have a clip on that? What did Paul's ego say about Shu? I used to like Paul, he's so frustrating now. I don't know what I even did to earn his dislike, man. I felt like we had a good convo, and then he started shit-talking me, and then we had a second good convo, and then he shit-talked me even worse. And I never shit-talked him at all in, like, that interim period. Thank you, Tempest.
Hold on.
Okay,
I want to trigger you with this, Paul. All right. I want to trigger you with this shoe on head tweet.
Why? I don't really care about shoe on head.
That's fine.
She's a stupid bitch.
Check this out. So, she's reacting to this article. It says New York won't extend unemployment benefits to healthcare workers fired over COVID-19
Okay, guys, to be fair, I call people stupid bitches all the time. So, like, hold off.
vaccine mandate.
Yeah, I wouldn't talk. I wouldn't talk to her anyway, so she doesn't need to fucking worry about this. Because I don't have no desire.
Hobbit. I mean, the community is extra critical of Shu because Vosh defends Shu's terrible behavior. I have made like 5 videos telling Shu she's fucked up. What do you want from me? I'm not giving her benefit of the doubt. Guys, you're going to have to accept this. Shu is going to keep doing shit you guys don't like, and I'm not going to change my opinion of her because my opinion of her is already informed by the knowledge that she will continue to do stuff that I don't like. That's part of who she is. We don't agree on everything, and I don't agree with her political strategy. Not in every way, at least. She's gonna keep doing it. It's like I have a friend, and my friend sometimes does dumb stuff, and every time they do a dumb thing, all the people around me are like, "That was dumb," and I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "So when are you gonna drop that asshole?" And I'm like, "I'm not. I know they do dumb stuff," and you guys are like, "Okay," and then later they do another dumb thing, and you guys are like, "When are you gonna drop?" And I'm like, "No, I know she's going to do dumb stuff. I'm aware. I've known this for years. It's never changed. She's gonna keep doing it." I still think that the total consequential balance of the dumb stuff and the good stuff she does trends out towards our favor. But like people that you've goldfish memories, you know? And every time she does something dumb, I criticize her too. I don't ignore it. You guys bring this shit to me, and I go over it on stream and pour over it and attack her. She's in chat. Seconds after she's in chat, she gets attacked. Oh my god. You people.
Unlike certain members of the fucking online leftist community who line up to simp for this little fucking ooh-woo factory, like, I could give a fuck. So how about I just not talk to you no matter what I support, you dumb fucking empty-headed bitch. Dude, if the wind was... Dude, I hate this stupid bitch, dude. If the wind was blowing towards the alt-right again like it was in like 2007, 2008, this bitch would be making fucking trans people or men videos, and she's just like... Because that's exactly the type of person she is, dude. She follows whatever kind of, but she always remains like a radical centrist no matter where she's at. Fuck this bitch and fuck anybody that follows her and takes her seriously and platforms her as she shits all over fucking humanity with her stupid, empty-headed, bubble-headed fucking anime-inspired opinions and appearance. Fuck her.
Does she even watch anime? It seems like he cares a little bit. Seems like he cares slightly about Shoe on Head. I don't know. Are they talking about you? Well, he hates me, so he's probably insinuating me here. I don't actually think Shoe blows with the wind. If so, wouldn't Shoe have already kowtowed to any of my opinions? People are like, Shoe went left because Vosh is new BF now. But what have I moved her on? She still disagrees with me on everything that I disagreed with her on 2 years ago. I haven't moved her over on any of these shits. Any of this shit. Is she actually Nazbol? No. I think she does do the enlightened centrist shit a lot, but isn't that... Are you two even dating? No. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Didn't she get into a ton of disagreements with Armored Skeptic constantly? Yeah, I don't really think I was online back then. Do we have some Kiwi farmers in chat right now? Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, I think Shu's pretty consistent, right? Shu hates the government. Shu hates journalists. Shu hates corporations. And Shu likes anyone who hates those three things. And then she'll ally with them. Then eventually someone will inform her that she's like pretty close to Nazis. And then she'll go, oh, whoops, and move away from them for a bit. And then she'll find another group of people who are dubiously far right, who also hate the government, journalists, or corporations, and get moved over there. It's like hardcore populist brain. But she keeps doing it, and she sides with the left as often as she sides with the right. Well, more often. It just seems like kind of a dice roll, you know, with like where the populism fucking roulette wheel will land. You get what I mean, though, right? That's kind of consistent. All right. All right. That's an entire 50 minutes of stream lost to the fucking ether. She's also weird about NBs? Is she? I thought she's been pro NB people for like 4 years or something. Sorry, I'm a person. You're gonna have to copy paste, motherfucker. Did you take your meds today? Did you? All right, I love you too, I'm a person. Nice. Speaking of sexism, I've finally found it, guys. I've finally found the most acceptable way to harass women in a bathroom.
Okay, I'll be back.
Sit we want to talk to you real quick. Want to talk to you real quick?
Hi, actually, I am heading out.
Right now is a real moment that our people need in order for us to be able to talk about what's really happening. We need a Build Back Better plan right now.
We knocked on doors. We need solutions. The Build Back Better plan has the solutions that we need.
They are following Kirsten Sinema, cringe lord from Arizona, you know. They are following her, accusing her of being a shitter.
We knocked on doors.
They shouldn't have followed her in the bathroom. Sure, they should have. I don't give a fuck. Even Biden basically said he didn't give a fuck. Like, yeah, Biden. Yeah, Biden literally said.
Mr. President, you're talking about how you have 48 Democratic votes right now. The other two have been pressured over the weekend by activists. Joe Manchin had people on kayaks show up to his boat to yell at him. Senator Sinema last night was chased into a restroom. Do you think that those tactics are crossing a line?
I don't think they're appropriate tactics, but it happens to everybody. From the only people it doesn't happen to are people who have Secret Service standing around them. It's part of the process. Yes, sir.
Goddamn right, Chad Biden. Folks, if you take a look at organizations in Arizona responding to Kirsten Sinema being followed into the bathroom, you know what you're going to see? There are literally dozens of them saying that Kirsten Sinema does not listen to anyone who doesn't donate to her. Kirsten Sinema just goes to soirees and high-profile lunches with the corporations that donate to her. She just goes in bed with pharmaceutical companies and, you know, goes to Chuck E. Cheese with them. They rent out the whole building. That's all she does, you know? She does not listen to her constituents. So if you're not going to listen to your constituents, they're going to follow you. I don't give a fuck about this. I'm sorry, guys. In terms of, like, the superseding hierarchies of, like, consideration, Kirsten Sinema is a ghoul, okay? A fucking phantom, a specter in Washington. And being followed into a bathroom, the harm that this does is incomparable compared to the harm that she does with her shenanigans. I do not care. I do not care. Look, you know what? They didn't follow her into the stall. That's, you know what? There we go. Look at how considerate they are. They didn't follow into the stall. That's the level of decorum they're adhering to. But look at how close they're getting. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. This person's getting a goddamn up close of the pores on the back of their neck. Look at this. That's not social distancing. Jesus Christ. People keep more distance at orgies than that. Anyway.
Better plan has the solutions that we need.
How is this different from MTG harassing AOC a while back? Easy. MTG is bad. These student activists are good. That's the difference. There's nothing wrong with harassing elected representatives. Guys, there's nothing wrong with it. If you're doing it for a good cause, that's the difference. MTG isn't a constituent of AOC. I don't even care about that. They're elected representatives. Guys, these are the most powerful people in the country. You realize that, right? A U.S. senator, their name will be in history books until the end of the Republic. They are unfathomably strong. They operate in the highest echelons of society. They have people in their phone book who you could never see. They have people in their phone book who don't even get seen in public without a bodyguard retinue around them, okay? Look, I do not care about student activists standing outside of her stall telling her that she's bad, okay? I do not care. I will never care. Biden doesn't care, and I don't care.
We knocked on doors for you to get you elected, and just how we got you elected, we can get you out of office if you don't support what you promised us.
We need 7 million citizenship for 7 million. We need the Build Back Better plan right now.
My name is Blanca. I was brought here to the United States when I was 3 years old. And in 2010, my grandparents both got deported because of SB 1070. And I'm here because I definitely believe that we need a pathway to citizenship. My grandfather...
Chad move on the students, by the way. Gotta say, I don't know if I'd be willing to go into a women's restroom and shout at people through a door, you know? Especially with other people there. You know, that woman just came out of the stall. She does not want to be here right now. She wants to skedaddle out.
Passed away 2 weeks ago, and I was not able to go to Mexico and visit him because there is no pathway to citizenship. And if we have the opportunity to pass it right now, then we need to do it, because there's millions of undocumented people just like me who share the same story or even worse things that happen to them because of SB 1070 and because of anti-immigrant legislation. And this is the opportunity to pass it right now, and we need to hold you accountable to what you told us, what you promised us that you were going to pass when we knocked on doors for you.
So keep in mind that Kyrsten Sinema isn't just some regular, like, moderate type, you know? We talked about this a little bit the other day, but there's a big difference between Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema. Joe Manchin always was what he seems to be, which is like a big money moderate centrist who is proportionally more favored by Republicans because he's that, you know? Kyrsten Sinema lied. She lied about being a progressive. She campaigned on it. She had years of precedent advocating for progressive issues. And the moment she got into power, she dropped all of that shit and has turned into one of the most performative ghouls. This is what you have to do to get noticed by Kyrsten Sinema, okay? This is what you need, all right? If you have $750,000 to spend to donate, then you get to go to a brunch with her and talk about your issues, okay? She is essentially a grifter, but there's a pretty big difference between grifting your way into a YouTube channel and grifting your way into the fucking United States Senate. That's a whole other issue right there. We've got a big problem in our hands. Sinema's favorability is plummeting with Democrats. She is despised by Democrats in her state because the people who campaign for her, like these students are saying, were lied to. They campaigned for her based on a specific set of policies and beliefs that she allegedly had that she just dropped. So I don't give a fuck if they harass her in the bathroom. Why would I care? Fuck her. Jesus. God. Also, Manchin is from a heavily Republican state, whereas Arizona is turning more blue over time, so Sinema doesn't have to be a centrist. No, it seems like Kyrsten Sinema, her moderate behavior, her centrism, is not justified by the demographics of her constituency. I think she just hates you. Guys, I'm going to be real with you. I think she just hates all life. I think she just hates the people beneath her. What would motivate her besides contempt? You remember her, right? Voting down a $15 an hour minimum wage with that little, remember? Why? And you seen the shit that she likes on Instagram and Twitter too? It's wine mom shit. She plays this like bisexual girl boss, but she is aggressively and performatively reactionary in many ways. It is not just she was more moderate than we thought. There is a deliberate public effort to betray her constituency here. And in a functioning democracy, that kind of shit has to be punished. And if poopy time shoutdowns are the punishment you're getting,
it's not right.
I'm a survivor of human trafficking, and it's because of the lack of worker protections that we don't have in the gig economy. I need you to stand by workers, lots of people who are like me, who became homeless
and of course, this has spawned some outrage. She didn't. Well, she was probably peeing. Yeah, you know, I imagine she was peeing. You know, yeah. The boys in chat won't know this, but you know, oftentimes in women's restrooms, since they don't have a urinal, they'll go in the stall and close the door, even if they don't need to poop. You know, they don't actually just sort of squat and pee in a corner, which you know, free country and all, but they don't. Do you think she'll keep her seat? I don't know. And let's not ruin what is otherwise a good 2-minute hate with, you know, half-assed political speculation. Stephen Miller, sorry, actually came out and defended Sinema here. An illegal alien. Remember, Miller was one of the policy shapers for Donald Trump's immigration policy, and he is an explicit white nationalist. An illegal alien is stalking a U.S. senator to demand passage of Biden's reconciliation bill because it includes mass amnesty for illegals. In a functioning democracy, ICE would swiftly deport this person, but under Biden's new edict, she's immune from removal. Now, I think the language here is interesting. Real good reason, too. Now, Stephen Miller, it's pronounced Stephen Miller, thank you. This is a pretty far-right guy. This guy is, you know, this ain't no rhino, all right? He's committed to the Volk, if you know what I'm talking about. And do you think Stephen here would do you think he would normally play defense for a Democrat senator, even if that senator was being harassed by a child of an immigrant? I'm going to say probably not, no. The tweet here comes off as kind of implicitly supportive of Sinema. And hey, Sinema has pretty decent favorability ratings among Republicans. Do you think she's going to switch to the Reds? I mean, maybe. Maybe. But unlikely. I think that in many ways, Kyrsten Sinema actually is the archetypical wine mom in the most negative sense. A person who think themselves extremely progressive, who is narcissistic and performative, who thinks the world is constantly out to get her and doesn't understand the relationship between the horrible shit that she does and the condemnation she receives from others. I think that all of her behavior, the funny thing is, like, it doesn't even strike me as the kind of, like, very deliberate political machinations that you see with a lot of the sociopaths in Congress. It comes off to me as, like, legitimate personality defect. You know what I mean? You all know people like that a little bit, don't you? People who are unrepentantly, unapologetically terrible to those around them, but constantly act like they're the victim and have an aloof, above-it-all stance because they feel like nobody else has the right to criticize them. We call them Karens sometimes, but it's not a gendered phenomena. Though Kyrsten Sinema does gender herself heavily in that respect with all the fucking wine mom shit she likes. On Instagram. I saw this meme she liked. It was like, all I need is some wine. Wait, can I, hold on. Can I, Kyrsten Sinema Instagram. Sinema is like the family from Get Out. Yeah. The site can't be reached. Okay. Thank you, Instagram. You're very helpful. I guess Instagram is down? I don't know. Insta's down. Oh, and Facebook is down right now? Oh. Interesting. And WhatsApp. Oh. That seems like a big deal. Wait. Good. Cool. They knew you were going to expose Cinema. Shut the servers down. He's going to look at the fucking Insta likes. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Fuck Kirsten Cinema. I don't care if she's unhappy, and I hope she gets harassed every moment of her life. Within the bounds of the law, obviously. I would never, ever, 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 ever advocate for anyone to harass her outside the bounds of the law. Ever. Even though she's one of the most powerful people in the country, and she uses that power explicitly to lie to her constituents and block progressive agendas. Don't ever break the law. There we go. Caught you on that one. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Yeah, Rave Dubin, don't you worry. We'll find out. AOC on trial. What does she have to say about her present vote? Let's go.
Just circling back to the funding debate that we were talking about before the break, Congress suddenly found $1 billion to give Israel for its Iron Dome missile defense system, which, to be clear to our viewers, is already fully funded. This was a $1 billion cherry on top. The majority of the squad, Cori Bush, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley, voted against it. Jamal.
Does anyone else feel like Medhi? Is it Medhi or Medhi? Do you pronounce the H? The H is silent. Medhi, thank you. Does anyone else feel like he doesn't actually have eyebrows or hair, just a goatee that kind of wraps around, where you, like, underneath the jaw where you can't see it? There's something about his whole head in motion. It makes it feel like this is like one great sculpt. You know what I mean? Does anyone, do you know what I mean? Does anyone, yeah, it's like a visual illusion. What the fuck are you talking about? Whatever. Never mind.
Bowman voted for it, and he told me on the show the other night it's because he wanted to represent his diverse constituents. You voted present, despite having criticized other House members in the...
It's all being green screened in. He actually has green body paint right here along the hairline, the eyebrows, and right here in the goatee area. And they're live face apping the guys...
pass for voting present. I know you put out a statement addressing this, but can you just briefly explain to our viewers on MSNBC tonight why you voted that way? Because I'm sure you know you've come under a lot of criticism for that present vote, including from supporters of yours.
Yeah.
What is this face from AOC, by the way? Every time I see a photo of her, she's making this face. It's always this face. It's the fucking pause champ face. All the time. She just loves making that face, you know? Or the media likes showing her making that face, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was an extremely difficult vote, and I also think it's important that people are educated about the process of this vote. That Democratic leadership decided to fast track this funding. So when you want funding for preschool here in the United States, if you want funding for any sort of domestic priority, it must go through what feels like 80 different committee hearings, markups, etc. And here, just casually, $1 billion was fast-tracked, no committee markup. In fact, earlier that week, leadership attempted to kind of slip in an extra $1 billion into routine legislation.
This is true, but not an answer.
I was part of the Democrats that helped to remove it because this is contentious. Now, what became very difficult during the course of the week was that, my district is adjacent to Representative Bowman's, and this began to, frankly, just really become quite contentious in our community, in part due to the disingenuous messaging that both parties were advancing. You are correct in that this funding was in addition to the already fully funded Iron Dome, but Democratic leadership decided to run with the narrative that this was, in fact, to vote against it was to defund the Iron Dome, which sent many of our constituents into a panic. They called this vote, they scheduled the vote 2 hours. They called the vote 2 hours after it was announced that it was scheduled, and that lack of timing create a very volatile environment back in the district. And so it's something that has been obviously very difficult, but
the question,
that is what happened that day.
Congresswoman, the question that a lot of people ask me to
Yeah, the question you're not answering.
ask you this is, was it worth doing present? Because it didn't really satisfy anyone. The supporters of Israel are mad at you for not voting for it. Critics of Israel are mad at you for not voting against it. Do you regret that?
You know, it is something that I weigh, because there's always the macro and then there's the micro. And in the macro of narrative, of politics, of national impact, you know, I probably should have just
Yeah, Pelosi is right off screen to her left with a gun pointed at her.
gone with my value. But in the macro, which would be to vote no. But in the micro, I do believe that this created a window in our community to be able to bring all folks to the table, because
bullshit. Complete bullshit. Yeah. I sympathize with her because there's no way of constructing a satisfying answer here without impugning the Democratic Party. But yeah, no. Yeah, this is a blink twice if you need help situation. She's not able to answer this question. It's as simple as this. The Democratic Party knows that AOC is a I'd be willing to bet AOC wanted to vote no. Pelosi was like, hey, you're one of our media frontrunners. We really, 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 really need you to not vote no on this. And AOC said, best I can do is a present. She went back there and voted present. I think that's the best we're going to... Like, there's no way that's not what happened.
My great fear is that we are going to import the same sort of contention around this issue, and we can have a progressive movement that defends Palestinian human rights, that is Muslim, Christian, Jewish. So in the micro, I believe that it created a window of opportunity for us in the Bronx. But in the macro...
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Guys, we're never going to get a serious answer to this question, because the answer is disgustingly political. Like, it has nothing to do with ideology and everything to do with pragmatism. So, honestly, like, I know AOC is in a tough position here. So, while I'm still disappointed in her not taking a stand on this and saying fuck you to Pelosi and actually voting no, I understand that the position she's in is pretty difficult. Would it have passed anyway? She voted no. Yeah, it went like 420 to 13 or whatever. It would have passed no matter what. But yeah, I'm not gonna like go crazy hard on her or whatever. Check out Hassan's stream right now. He said him doing a worker co-op for a stream is not possible. Uh-oh. Is Hassan mauling at chat? Are they doing it again? Are they... Hold on. Well, just taking a look at his chat, they're talking about gaming, so I'm going to assume the moment has passed. I honestly don't think that worker cooperative... Like, guys... I'm very holistically in favor of worker cooperatives. However, if there is anything that worker cooperatives don't apply to that well, live streaming and YouTubing would definitely be like up there in that list. I think you should do proportional income, but how do you do proportional ownership, right? Like with your channel, you know what I mean? In terms of like the live streaming, technically only one person live streams, and the live streaming is the bedrock of all content. It's just me. Everything else is like a support network. I think that ownership is difficult to manage in that case because technically what people are arriving for isn't the end product, it's the personality of the person delivering the show. Media makes all this more difficult. I think what you should always work to do, however, is proportional income, you know? Like all the money that gets made from it, like you divvy it up, like based on relative percentages and stuff. Splitting revenue and stuff like that, I think, is a good way to go. Also, if you have a full-on LLC, something that you can do is have buyout options, you know? Say you have an editor. Right now, the editing game on YouTube is cutthroat, unless you get a really good gig, you know? Like, editors are out there, like, getting $100 per video. Like, 5 editors will work for one person at a time. They'll all, like, compete to do, like, a given, like, section of content, you know? It can be pretty rough out there, yeah. But one thing you can do is if you have a dedicated editor, you can have it in a contract. Like if you ever want to leave, here's the buyout, like 10,000 or something like that, you know? That's like a good option, right? Like, or maybe not 10, like maybe more, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, you work, why not give over 20% of profits to your workers? Well, yeah, like I said, proportional profit splitting. So are you going to do it? I need to finish doing an LLC. Vosh, do you split revenue? I did, but then my editor, at the time just editor because it was Tempest, asked to just get a flat amount because getting a variable income every month was annoying, which, as somebody who gets a variable income every month, yes, it can be. So we're probably gonna like work on a way of compromising that, you know? But I think the cool... so for me, I think the best thing you can do is have a flat base amount and then a percentage on top of it done of income. Thank you, Tempest. Beyond that, you know what I mean? So like, if the total income from all your channels, your stream, your donations, your Patreon, everything is like 50,000 a month, maybe it's like everyone gets paid by default like 6,000 a month, but they also get paid 25% of everything above like 40,000 that you make a month, you know? That way you don't have to worry too much about income fluctuating because you always have that base amount. Yeah, like a bonus at the end of the month based on total performance. Yeah, there are ways to make it a cooperative, but it's not as simple as like a flat cooperative. I would imagine you hate not paying people when they help you. Okay, hello, my editor. I swear I didn't pay them to show up now and be nice to me. You know? Thank you. I love you guys. I hope you know that. I'm sorry I never reply to messages on time. But what was I saying? Yeah. We'll take a look at the Facebook whistleblower. Don't you worry. Yeah, the profit share matters. It incentivizes everyone to do well, as well. But it's possible to make it like pretty well, you know, pretty democratic, I think. Everyone should like at least get a little bit of a percentage too, because it incentivizes you know, making a lot of money, right? I mean, you want your editors to want that too, right? If the total channel makes more money, making them more money, then that incentivizes them to go hard, right? You know? Here's where Hassan starts the co-op talk. I timestamped it. Please react. Oh, God. It's like live react. Okay. Sure, we'll give it a listen. I'm happy to give this smaller content creator some of my time, you know? Just to check out their content, maybe recommend them if people like it.
Okay? I find that like a really strange thing. Some people like a hierarchical organization. Like, not everyone is like anti-hierarchy, okay? I find that like a really strange thing that people are always like, no, it has to be fucking no hierarchies, like abolish all hierarchies. Like, dude, you're too far left. Okay, cool, player 332. The Hassan Eclipse Industrial Complex is a co-op. I mean, kind of.
I don't know about that. Oh, it's at 1.25 speed.
Not everybody wants to be the vanguard. Wait, what? No, it's not even like, you're not even a vanguard if you fucking are in a co-op, dude. Friends and family work for the feds and their jobs have unions, but no ability to strike. Your take, what's the point? I agree. But oftentimes it's not, they have no ability to strike, but they will usually have like work stoppage or work like cycling. Okay,
I don't think that took very long. Yeah, anyway, it's a tough thing to manage like a direct, like flat co-op with. However, there are ways that you can, at the very least, ensure like fair treatment and equitable pay and control across the board. There have been some memes in the past about Hassan treating his editors poorly. Oh, so when I say memes, I don't mean they haven't happened. I think at some points, like, he treated his editors poorly. I don't know what his general setup is with like his editors, but this dude's got to make like, I'll say if Hassan uses the services of editors, there's no reason for them not to get paid like a metric fuck ton of money, right? Hassan makes so much money. What do you think he, like, how much do you think he's up to? Like 3 or 4 million a year? Yeah. He's at 50,000 subs right now. What does he get? 70-30 split? So that'd be 350 per sub. So that'd be about $175,000 a month just from subs alone. And then he's got his then he's got his the whole channel, the podcasts, he's got his, yeah, the ad breaks, yeah, so much stuff. I don't know if you remember this when I first started working for you. You asked me if I was happy and I wanted more money after the first month you paid me. I don't remember that, Tempest, but yeah. God. I swear I didn't pay him to show up and be nice to me. I don't know. I don't remember the details, movie blocks. All right. How long have you had editors? Hasn't Tempest worked with me for like a year? Yeah, for like a year. And for Ryan, it's been like 4 months, I think. Something like that. Time to move on. You people are so fucking mean, dude. Holy shit, you guys are so fucking mean. What if we talk? Okay, but you're staying there to take him out. I don't want to have to walk around again. Here. Yeah. Bring.
Let him hang out in here.
No, they distract me. Don't make me have a no cat ban. I love you. He's so big. Yeah. Gotta keep clean. Be free. Go, be free. Yes. Yeah. I hit the camera. Did I break the autofocus? Fix. Not spot focus. Why would you... Who the fuck uses spot focus in a live stream? All right. Welcome back, people. There we go. All right. Well, as fun as it's been covering frivolous, meaningless bullshit, there is something important going on right now, you know. The Pandora Papers were released, I think, late last night, and I don't know that much about it because I only noticed it right before I went to bed, and then I woke up this morning, and then I had a bagel, and now I am live streaming. Let's learn about it together. The Washington Post on Sunday published the first in a series of stories based on more than 11.9 million documents that expose a secretive financial universe that benefits the wealthy and powerful. The vast trove of documents, known as the Pandora Papers, was obtained by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, the ICIJ, or the ISIJ. The Post collaborated on the investigation, which involved more than 600 journalists in 117 countries and territories. Jesus. The largest ever organized by the ISIJ. The investigation exposes the offshore system the government leaders, billionaires, and criminals often use to hide their assets. So this is a little bit like the Panama Papers, right? Remember the Panama Papers, guys, where it was like, hey, trillions are being held offshore illegally, and then the person who published the papers died in a car bomb, and then nothing happened? I remember that. Yeah. Isn't it funny when like conspiracy bait happens in real life, but it's like real? Like it just completely obviously directly happens, you know? People talk about Epstein being an obvious assassination job, but like this is not even, hold on. Like yeah. Oops. Hopefully the fact that so many people worked on these Pandora papers means that there's you know, they're not going to car bomb 600 people, but yeah. The journalist who led the Panama Papers investigation into corruption in Malta was killed on Monday in a car bomb near her home. Now, the thing that's really frustrating is that, like, anyone could have done it. Do you have any idea how many wealthy people were implicated in the Panama Papers? Like, that could have been any government, any corporation, any building. Like, that could have been... There were people lining up outside of her car, you know? That's... Her car was just sitting there out on the street, and there were just, like, a line of, like, black-suited, like, Agent 52 henchmen or whatever, you know, all holding bombs, like waiting in line. By the time she finally ignited the ignition in the car, it weighed an extra 400 pounds from all of the fucking bombs that were planted on the underside. They were just lining up. Yeah, wait your turn. Get in line, folks. Yeah, so we'll see how it plays out this time. Anyway, the investigation exposes the offshore system that government leaders, billionaires, and criminals often use to hide their assets. For an explanation of how offshore systems work and why people choose to hold their money in these companies, read our overview. Within hours of publication, at least 8 national governments promised to launch their own inquiries into the financial activities revealed in the papers. Okay. Around the world, political players named in the investigation faced criticism for lavish spending and opaque practices. Some defended their actions. Czech Prime Minister, of course, Andrej Babis, who, by the way, has a delightful YouTube cooking channel, who is up for re-election this week, suggested Sunday that the Pandora Papers' revelations about him are part of an effort to influence the Czech election. That's pretty bold for a Czechian politician, you know, to say, "Oh yeah, dude, this giant international like release of papers was to influence the Czech election." I mean, I look, I don't know. Me personally, isn't it Czechian? Isn't that the adjective? It's just Czech? Okay, sorry. Gotcha. My bad. My criticism stands. Anyway, an explanation on offshore accounts, something over which I am not an expert. Not even close, actually. The Panama Papers, that happened before I was streaming, didn't it? Yeah, that was a while ago. You know? I think so. Well, anyway, the Pandora Papers are an investigation. Here, let's learn about some stuff. What is the offshore system? The offshore financial system offers privacy, which can provide an opportunity to hide assets from authorities, creditors, and other claimants, as well as from public scrutiny. Excuse me? While most people are bound by the laws where they live, the offshore system allows wealthy people to follow another country's financial regulations even if they don't live there. They can shelter their wealth, yachts, airplanes, artwork, mansion, cash, and other company shares by paying financial service providers to set up companies on other offshore arrangements to hold these items. These entities take a variety of forms. Yeah, okay, simple enough. So basically, offshore accounts are a way of hiding assets from your government so you don't pay taxes. Simple as that. The 14 financial service providers in the Pandora Papers operate in countries such as Belize. Oh, I know where all of these are now. Belize, which is just south of Mexico. The British Virgin Islands, which is where you guys live. Singapore, which is, I mean, it's like right at the northern tip of Indonesia, right? Cyprus, which is an island that was in the Europe quiz, but I guess is probably closer to like the Middle East than it is Europe, I think, right? And Switzerland, as well as South Dakota, Delaware, and other American states. There you go. Offshore, I guess. Twitter is down now too, Monka W. Wait. No, it's not. Not for me. No. Facebook being down right as these papers launch. is probably a coincidence, but it is funny. Why do people hold their money and other assets offshore to make money? Is it legal to use the offshore system? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Offshore jurisdictions write laws that offer benefits including secrecy and low or no taxes. While the person who benefits from an offshore account may be required to pay taxes in a home country, it's often difficult for authorities there to discover that an account exists or to know whether there was illegal activity because of a lack of cooperation from the offshore government. It gets complicated, and investigations can take years. Why does it matter if people offshore their assets? The offshore financial system can siphon money from government treasuries, worsen wealth disparities, and protect those accused of wrongdoing while depriving their victims of potential recourse. How are the Pandora Papers probes different from the Panama Papers? The Panama Papers, the 2016 Pulitzer Prize-winning investigation based on documents from an offshore financial service provider in Panama, exposed the hidden infrastructure of offshore tax havens. This new investigation, based on a larger trove of information that includes documents from 14 offshore providers, illuminates on a larger scale the scope of this financial system and how many and new insights into how it operates. So this is far larger. That is insane. Who are the big names involved in these documents? Current national leaders on 5 continents appear as beneficial owners of offshore entities in this trove. The list includes Jordan's King Abdullah II, the presidents of 4 African nations, the Czech Republic's prime minister, the president of Ukraine, and the presidents of the Dominican Republic and Ecuador. Nice. Many former leaders and associates of current leaders also turn up in the documents, including a woman who engaged in a secret years-long relationship with Vladimir Putin, according to a Russian media report last year. Dozens of celebrities and athletes were or are beneficial owners of offshore accounts. Now, as I understand it, the odds of you having some of your accounts held offshore increase significantly depending on your wealth. After all, wasn't what's the name of the actress who played Hermione Granger? I'm so sorry. Rebecca Watson. Rebecca Watson was implicated in the Panama Papers, wasn't she? No, Emma Watson. Sorry, Emma. Rebecca Watson's another one. Emma Watson. Emma Watson. There we go. Emma Watson. Wasn't she implicated in the Panama Papers? I think so. What is it with you and Rebecca? I don't know, okay? And I'm not going to make a misogynistic joke about it because we're past that now in this community. Hold on. Emma Watson, Panama Papers. Yeah. Emma Watson has emerged as one of the celebrities named in the Panama Papers, the leaked documents detailing individuals with offshore companies and accounts. But a Harry Potter actress said she only set up a company in the British Virgin Islands to protect personal details about herself. Sure. A lot of people are implicated in this stuff, and I imagine that we're still only seeing like a fraction of the total number of people implicated in the Pandora Papers, so... Is your mom's name Rebecca? No, my mom's name is not Rebecca. Nice try, though. There is so much information out there. With 11.9 million files, the likelihood of me being able to dive into even a significant portion of what's going on is pretty minimal, but... 35 world leaders, including current and former presidents, prime ministers, and heads of state. More than 300 public officials, such as government ministers, judges, mayors, and military generals in more than 90 countries. The files include disclosures about major donors to the Conservative Party. This is The Guardian, so the Conservative Party, is British. Raising difficult questions for Boris Johnson as his party meets for its annual conference. I know what they're going to answer it with. They're not going to talk about it. More than 100 billionaires feature in the leaked data, as well as celebrities, rock stars, and business leaders. Many use shell companies to hold luxury items, such as property and yachts, as well as incognito bank accounts. There's even art ranging from looted Cambodian antiquities, Jesus, to paintings by Picasso and murals by Banksy. Very, very nice. Thank you. Giant shadow financial world, rare window, etc., etc. I am struck by a problem, my friends. Oh, look, we've got a little like map diagram over here. Here are the Panama Papers. So you got a little dot over there. And then we got the Paradise Papers. See, we got a little dot over there. And now we got the Pandora Papers, which are all over the goddamn place. See that? And then we have more text. Tragically, eventually, all cute infographic images they have to be replaced with text eventually. Now, be honest, how many donos have you invested in offshore accounts? My lawyer has advised me not to speak on this any further. So, some of you guys might be wondering, you know, why is this a big deal? We already know that the wealthy and the powerful cheat and lie and steal. This is something that we are all already perfectly aware of. This is not new information to us. Why should we be concerned with this? Well, I think a lot of people, especially a lot of people on the left, underestimate the massive, massive gulf between being aware of a problem and being able to directly implicate people in that problem. Specifically, see, we know that the bourgeois, the wealthy, the powerful are pieces of shit who exploit, who lie, who cheat, who steal, who rob. We know that. That's a defining characteristic of their occupation. But evidence is necessary. Because without evidence, nothing actionable can be done. No court case was ever filed on a broad perception of a person's position within a class hierarchy. At least not since the days of the French Revolution. So we need a little bit more than that. This stuff is incredibly meaningful. And this is, by the way, why I have never joined the rest of the left in this sing-song hatred of journalists that they all seem to engage in. I know that most journalists work for, you know, big news companies and they're ghouls and they don't care and they're just trying to get a paycheck and they manufacture consent and et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of hatred for journalists out there and a lot of it is earned. But journalists are also the only avenue forward. And with regards to many problems that we have, it is terrifying how many problems there are out there, which we broadly know exist, but don't have any way of specifically redressing because we don't have any of the details that people could use to file lawsuits. Moving on. After more than 18 months analyzing the data in the public interest, The Guardian and other media outlets will publish their findings over the coming days. Oh, okay. So they've been going over this data for 18 months then. This drop took place a long time ago. Beginning with revelations about the offshore financial affairs of some of the most powerful political leaders in the world. They include the ruler of Jordan, King Abdullah II, who, leaked documents reveal, has amassed a secret $100 million property empire spanning Malibu, Washington, and London. The king declined to answer specific questions, but said there would be nothing improper about him owning properties via offshore companies. Jordan appears to have blocked the ICIJ website on Sunday, hours before the Pandora Papers launched. Nothing to see here, guys. Nothing illegal about this. By the way, I will I'll block your website in my whole country, so you can't see. The files also show Azerbaijan's ruling Aliyev family has traded close to £400 million of UK property in recent years. Jesus. One of their properties was sold to the Queen's Crown Estate, which is now looking into how it came to pay £67 million to a company that operated as a front for the family that runs a country routinely accused of corruption. The Aliyevs refused to comment. The Pandora Papers also threatened to cause political upsets for two EU leaders. The Prime Minister of the Czech Republic, who we heard about earlier, is facing questions over why he used an offshore investment company to acquire a $22 million chateau in the south of France. He, too, declined to comment, no doubt. This dude is far right, right? I have no idea what chateau? Gotcha. I have no idea what politics are in the Czech Republic, but this guy screams like, he's Big Ten? He's Big Ten? Okay. Something about the vibes. He wants gay people to die? Well, that sounds a little conservative. And in Cyprus, itself a controversial offshore center, the president, Nikos Anastasiades, may be asked to explain why a law firm he founded was accused of hiding the assets of a controversial Russian billionaire behind fake company owners. The firm denies any wrongdoing, while the Cypriot president said he ceased having an active role in its affairs after becoming leader of the opposition in 1997. Take a deep breath, dude. I'm trying so hard over here. I'm trying so hard, guys. Come on. Not everyone named in the Pandora Papers is accused of wrongdoing. The leaked files reveal that Tony and Sherry Blair saved about £250,000 in property taxes when they purchased a London building partially owned by the family of a prominent Bahraini minister. And a whole lot else there. Now, I will admit I am not so much interested in the specifics of who hid how much money where. I'm more interested in what happens now that this information is made public. I would like to have a kind of ongoing coverage of this issue, if possible, to see if there are any overreactions from people who are implicated, any policies or investigations which are brought about. Now, it is true that in all likelihood nothing will happen, but this is a pretty big leak. I bet you that, if nothing else, there's going to be some interesting news coming out of this in the coming weeks. Now, I see that some investigations have already been launched, but are they flimsy paper investigations, or are they real and meaningful that are actually going to uncover wrongdoing? I do not know. We'll see if anything happens. In all likelihood, most of this will probably be swept under the rug because, well, on a fundamental level, this is a product of class interest. Of class divide, of bourgeois and proletariat, or at the very least of the wealthy and poor. Why on earth would wealthy people who lead wealthy nations, funded and campaigned for by wealthy business owners, ever risk their positions looking into the shadow financial system that allows trillions to escape the tax man unconsidered? It seems highly unlikely. What is the incentive for this exactly? Dubious, you know? It's really difficult to address these issues when everyone who has the potential to change things benefits directly from the existence of these systems. This is one of the reasons why a proletarian state, or if you want to use old, outdated, and very optically bad terms, dictatorship of the proletariat, is so necessary. Because only a state or a society which is owned and run by workers, only such a state would work to the interests of the working class. Only would such an institution be interested in meaningfully tackling problems like these. We'll see if this gets swept under the rug. But unfortunately, stuff like this strikes a really bad balance, where it's hugely important to the wealthy that these offshore accounts do not get destroyed, which means that the wealthy and the politicians who serve them are disinclined to address it. But it's also abstract enough that the average person doesn't really get outraged about it. You know? What do people get outraged about? People get outraged about protests and riots, buildings burning down, you know, local politicians doing bad stuff. It has to be immediately relatable, personable, people you see on TV. The idea of trillions being hoarded in offshore accounts, and all these countries that are being named, Cyprus, the Czech Republic, you know, Ukraine, your average American will probably not be that emotionally invested in the outcome of these issues. Maybe other countries will. I imagine people in the Czech Republic will care more than the people in America because it implicates somebody running in just a few days. But at least here in the States, I'm not exactly hope-pilled on the idea that people will take this issue seriously. So hopefully, with some good reporting and some good journalism, we will be able to impress the importance of these issues on as many people as possible, because this is immediately important. It is essential that these loopholes be closed because they deny governments the rightful fruit of their taxation. And where exactly do these billionaires make their money? All the trillions that are hoarded in offshore accounts. Are those trillions made in Panama or in the Cayman Islands? No, of course not. They're made off the backs of workers, production which takes place in other countries. Stuff built in America, stuff bought by Americans, that money, rather than being taxed duly by the government so it can be redistributed for the common good, is sent off, hoarded in some pathetic money-hoarding dragon game that they play. past a certain point, the wealthy acquire wealth just for fun. I mean, it becomes a game, right? It's the same reason why, hell, it's the same reason why PewDiePie, who was at his time the largest YouTuber, still started the most aggressive campaign ever in YouTubing history for subscribing to his own channel. When you think about that, right? I mean, it seems so innocuous there. Sub to PewDiePie, he already had tens of millions of subscribers. But he was the one pushing most aggressively for more. It works the same with wealth. Even if you have more wealth than you will ever spend in your entire life, there is just some essential, fundamental, ambitious drive in humans to play with the numbers you have and to drive them up as far as you can. And that drive is usually counterbalanced in healthy human beings, like most of us, I imagine, with things that we care about more than having infinite money. Maybe there are wealthy people who could be infinitely ambitious, but they like family, they like being happy, they like other things, whatever. But to some people, the game consumes their lives, and there is nothing but the money they make. And be like a snowball rolling down a hill, the wealthier you are, the easier it is to make money. Bill Gates is no longer... I mean, didn't Bill Gates retire? He's wealthier now than he was when he retired, just because of the assets that he owned. He's not working. Yeah, he hasn't been CEO in years, and he's still insanely wealthy. It's like he can't spend it fast enough to get rid of it. It just keeps returning to his bank account magically. Yeah, the shares go up in value. The wealthier you are, the easier it is to make wealth. And we need to make the bastards pay. Pay your fucking taxes, dude. Get those trillions out of the offshore islands and bring them into the States so that the IRS can fuck your bank account. I want IRS agents in the bank account of all of these billionaires, politicians, leaders, demagogues, oligarchs, fucking their money, okay? I want them to fuck it, and then I want them to take it home, okay? I want to make a cuck NTR dojin out of these motherfuckers' bank accounts. And I want that shit spent on welfare. And then I want them to fuck the military. I don't know. There's some fun misappropriation going on over there. The Pentagon loses like trillions of dollars, dude. Fuck them, too. Give the IRS 10 times as much money, and then use that money to take more money from other people, and then give it to all of you. Not to me! I should be paying more in taxes. To you. Unless you're Sake Tanuki, in which case you could probably also stand to pay more in taxes. I'm just guessing. Throw that shit around. And then raise the goddamn tax rate on capital gains. What is the capital gains tax right now? I forget. What is the goddamn capital? What is it? 20%? What is it? Yeah, 20% if you're taxable. It's 20% if your taxable income, single, is over $500,000. So 20% is the upper bound. It's 15% if you make less than that, and 0% if you make the median income in America or less. You have to make $500,000 before you reach the vaunted heights of 20%. And yeah, that's when you withdraw the money. So can somebody explain to me why the capital gains tax rate at $500,000 of taxable income is so much lower than the upper margin of the federal tax rate at that income bracket? Why do people make more money off of stock trading than they do off of the income they earn from their jobs? Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Wealthy people make most of their money through capital gains. That's where Bill Gates makes it. You think very wealthy people make their money through a salary? You think they get given their money like it just enters their bank account? They get stocks, and they invest in stocks, and that is the medium through which they trade and they make money. They don't get paid hourly. The capital gains tax rate is deliberately lower, explicitly because it is the type of wealth that wealthy people accrue, as opposed to you guys. At the very minimum, that isn't correct about when capital gains get taxed. Don't they get taxed when you sell? There's more nuance to it than that, right? Huh? Oh. You get taxed when you earn it? What do you mean earn it? Like you earn it when you get the stocks compensation? I thought they get, hold on. When do you pay capital gains tax? I'm no tax expert, by the way. You only pay capital gains tax after you sell an asset. Yeah, when you sell it, yeah. That's what didn't I say that? What, chat? Why do you do this? Shut up. Anyway, the tax brackets in 2020 go from 10 to 37%. Okay? 37%. Now that is the uppermost bracket right there. The wealthiest people, their highest tax bracket, that goes up to 37%. And we're ignoring, by the way, all the little loopholes you can do. At the very minimum, capital gains should be that. Make it 100%. I don't care. Whatever. Take them down a few notches. I'm going to have an aneurysm. Oh, God. Chat. Can we not do the thing where I'm trying to make a broad point about the unfairness of a low capital gains tax and you guys are talking about some hyper-specific element that is not really relevant to the discussion? Can we not do that? Can we focus on the broad stroke here, which is consistent? You know, I do not pretend to be a tax expert, but the thrust of what I'm saying here is the case. Yes, your overall point is still correct. Yeah, can we let's fixate on that, because half the time you guys get really snooty about me being wrong, and then it turns out that I'm not even wrong. You know, you're wrong, and you just get mad at me. You know, you get taxed on capital gains when it leaves your escrow. You can sell and buy another stock after selling. Okay, that does not invalidate my point. Shut up. Shut up. Jesus Christ. This isn't the type of stuff that attracts a lot of attention from the common man, you know? It is big and sweeping and complicated, and most people make their money, they're salaried or they make it hourly. Capital gains tax, the upper brackets, Cayman Islands, offshore, this stuff is so abstract to them. But it is essential that they know these problems exist, because only through collective acknowledgement of that can we start voting out the bastards who refuse to do anything about it. Agree? Agree. Oh, we're not done. Oh, no, no, no. I bet you wish we were done. We're done with the segment. But we're not done holistically. What is this? Ah, yes. I saw this on Twitter. God, that's good. God, that's so fucking good. I love that song so much, dude. The memes that song get applied to are just consistently baller. Fear to vote. I'll get to it if I can. We got some other stuff to get to first. God, we have so much to get to. Big news on Facebook. Learn to put a space before your links. The largest and most significant Facebook data dump to date is reportedly now on sale on a hacker forum. Wowza! Personal info of more than 1.5 billion Facebook users sold on the dark web. Well, good thing I don't use Facebook. That is a pretty big leak, though. Wow. Hopefully this will disencourage boomers from using it. Do you think we can encourage boomers to, like, not use Facebook because they take your data and sell it to, like, vaccine manufacturers or something? Maybe you could convince your anti-vax moms and dads that they, like, when you log on Facebook, they take the skin cells from your keyboard strokes and use it to give you a long-distance vaccine, right? Do you think you could do that? I don't know. Lie to them. I don't care. Get them off Facebook, folks. Boomers don't care about privacy or data normally, but that might work. It really depends on how you sell that to them. It can't be abstract, okay? They have to believe that, like, every time they look at the screen, like, the light is beaming like a data vaccine into their brain, you know? Yeah, that's a big info dumpy truck right there. Pretty bad. Yikers. Highlights. Data scrappers are selling sensitive personal data on 1.5 billion Facebook users, containing name, email, phone number, location, gender, and user ID. The data appears to be authentic. Personal data obtained via web scraping. Don't know what that is. Data can be utilized for phishing and account takeover attacks. Sold data claimed to be new from 2021. Nice. Well, the methodology for how they obtained it is pretty interesting social engineering. I probably wouldn't understand it anyway. I'm not a big tech lord here. However, this is a pretty big deal. Here, hold on. What's Facebook's share price looking like? Okay, it's a little bit of a dip. How long ago did this happen? When was this tweet from? This was from an hour ago. When did the leak take place? We got a little bit of a drop, but I don't know. I think this happened before. Yeah, this was from Friday to Monday. Yeah, this was over the weekend. Yeah, I don't think we've really seen the repercussions of this data leak just yet. There's been a massive cyber attack on Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. Yeah, I saw that as well. Thankfully, they weren't able to get YouTube, so we're still up and around, folks. They couldn't take me down. Let's not jinx ourselves, though. There are a couple things that dude, should we just, like, link this with the Facebook whistleblower? Do we just, like, link all of this? I don't know. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Yeah, okay, yeah. Bring it all together. This is the holistic social media segment, okay? We saw that Instagram was down earlier. Hopefully I don't get copyright cucked here, but on 60 Minutes, we had a Facebook whistleblower interview. Right? Here's the thing that I find interesting, okay? Riddle me this, my friends. Riddle me this. Because I have a very interesting dilemma I'd like to share with you. Guys, you know how right now being a free speech extremist essentially means not believing in a Twitter TOS and nothing else? Like, that's what free speech has been denigrated to, you know? Being a free speech advocate used to mean something significant, politically influential, but now it's just like, don't ban people on social media for being Nazis. Like, that's all it's become. That's all it is now. So here's the interesting thing, okay? You know how a lot of populist types, left and right, say that corporations that harm the public need to be reined in? I mean, that's a pretty common sentiment, right? Like, when you're on the left, it's environmental stuff or harm done to the workers or whatever. And when the right says it, it's like when they're not nationalist enough or when they're globalist or whatever. There seems to be a collective interest in the regulation of companies towards some sort of public good, even if we can't agree on what the public good is. Now, here's the question to you guys, okay? When Facebook and other social media companies are consistently choosing their wealth over the public good by enabling hate speech and disinformation, shouldn't the same logic apply to them? Like, Facebook isn't allowing disinfo because they're pro-free speech. They're allowing disinfo because it's profitable to them. Wouldn't regulating them in the name of the public good be comparable to regulation of any other industry or company that is prioritizing their income over demonstrable harm? In the case of Facebook, Facebook's misinfo spread has done incalculable damage. Do not allow the abstraction of the damage to dissuade or confuse you. Thousands of people are dead because of anti-vax or anti-COVID info they've seen on Facebook. Tens of thousands, even. It is the main platform for propagating misinformation on that. Not to speak of QAnon. There have been countless deaths, families' lives ruined through spread of misinformation, which Facebook specifically allows because that is their market. Facebook is the dark opposite end of the rainbow capitalism we see in many other mediums, you know? where corporations are incentivized to appeal to progressives because there are more of them. You make more money doing that. This is the opposite of that. Facebook is incentivized to do the exact opposite, to enable and promote misinformation, because that is a huge demographic on their platform.
Francis Haugen is 37, a data scientist from Iowa.
What exact method would the government use to regulate Facebook without violating 1A? Nothing. Absolutely, the government could do anything, because the First Amendment has nothing to do with Facebook. The First Amendment only protects you from legal consequences for the speech you engage in. That's it. And even to that, there are exceptions. It has nothing to do with Facebook at all. There's no constitutional provision protecting your right to shitpost online. Facebook to censor people? Yeah, they already do. In accordance with existing online law, corporations are obligated to shut down people who violate DMCA law. Yeah, that literally already happens. The DMCA provisions that exist right now mean that if a corporation, a social media platform, doesn't engage in a good faith attempt to shut down copyrighted material, that the government can enable lawsuits to be directed against the platform. That already exists. Facebook is already required to disclose threats of terrorism to the government. Yeah, also breaking the law, like planning murders or death threats. That's already stuff that there's kind of an obligation to remove that stuff, you know? That's because hosting copyrighted material is illegal, hate speech isn't. Yeah, but that's already a precedent, isn't it? The government can regulate people. There's absolutely nothing in the law books that would prevent the government from telling corporations to ban people for doing X or Y. Nothing. There's nothing at all. For them to do that first? No, they wouldn't. Guys, the government, there's nothing in the law books that prevents the government from passing laws which enforce certain TOS restrictions on social media. There's nothing that prevents that. The First Amendment does not protect you from that. The First Amendment is explicitly preventing the government from persecuting you for your speech. That's it. You're not being arrested. Being banned from Facebook is not being arrested. What does she expose Facebook for doing? Remember that investigation that was done during the Pornhub purge, where it turned out that the largest glut of child sexual abuse material they could find online was through Facebook? Didn't they find, weren't there investigations showing there were literally millions of instances of child sexual abuse being shared on the platform? Yeah. Facebook, I unironically think Facebook should just be deleted from the internet. That's not true. Facebook was just the best at catching it. Was that true? They just had they were able to catch a lot more of it. I don't know what the relative proportional rate of catching it was, you know? It could be that they were bad at catching it, but there was just so much of it that, you know? I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of hard to know without back-end info. What precedent is there for the government to disallow legal content? Dosana, literally, if you want, you can Google this. There is nothing that would prevent the government from legislating terms of service on social media. It doesn't need to have a precedent. There's nothing preventing the government from doing it. They can do that if they want to. The government already has the ability to regulate the behavior of businesses. You realize that, right? The government does it all the time. We do it with safety regulations. We do it with hiring practices. We do it with firing practices. The government already has the right to force corporations to do stuff. One of them could be a TOS. There's nothing special about social media corporations that means that they're immune from this kind of prescriptive legislation. Facebook is gone? Man, this is a really, 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 really bad day for, Jesus Christ. This is a really bad day for Zuckerberg. Holy shit. Your Facebook page? I will gladly sacrifice my Facebook page for taking down the entire goddamn social media network. A lot of people don't realize this, but Facebook misinfo is not limited to the United States. haven't there been cases of literal far-right dictators using Facebook as propaganda tools in their countries as well? That Facebook is like, they've been able to use it and work with it in order to like real fucking genocides are happening and being enabled through what is happening on Facebook. At facebook.com.org.llc.gov. Can you? Yeah, I bet that department is very well funded and staffed.
After this past election, there was a turning point.
They told us we're dissolving civic integrity.
Oh, well.
Like they basically said, oh, good, we made it through the election. There wasn't riots. We can get rid of civic integrity now.
There weren't riots? January 6th took place it was planned on Facebook. There was literally a riot at the Capitol building planned on your website. Vosh, you aren't right about the government's ability to legislate TOS and corporations. Corporations have very similar freedom of speech rights as regular people. The government can't regulate with regard to content. That's very standard. I am so incredibly, overwhelmingly positive. Okay. The Federal Trade Commission and the FCC, what powers do they have to regulate social media content? Some have argued Congress should step in and... Okay. Some have argued Congress should... Government action regulating internet content. Regulating internet content would constitute state action that may implicate the First Amendment. In particular, social media providers may argue that government regulations impermissibly infringe on the provider's own constitutional free speech rights. Legal commentators have argued that when social media platforms decide whether and how to post users' content, these publication decisions are themselves protected under the First Amendment. That seems to me like it would be highly contestable. The idea that corporations who have social media platforms have a First Amendment right to allow other people to post whatever they want, that seems like it would get torn apart. Yeah. No, it's really contentious. Well, then, if it's really contentious, then I'm arguing prescriptively that that's dumb. Government efforts to impose fairness. No, this is the Section 230 thing. Yeah, no. Wouldn't they destroy their own platform by literally allowing anything? We're talking about whether the government can force TOS stuff. Torn apart how we have Section 230. That's not what Section 230 means. God damn it. Not exactly, since Section 230 of the Telecommunication Act makes it so social media companies can say they're not publishers, which means they're liable, but just hosting the content of their posters. The government is by proxy only able to regulate what free speech already does not protect, like DMCA abuse material. The government cannot regulate anything beyond that, since by proxy they are regulating the speech of people through it. Either Facebook self-regulates, which it won't, or the government creates an alternative protocol. Then wouldn't they just create an alternative protocol? Isn't that within the law? Like, what you're saying is they would have to write a new law to change that. And I'm saying that they could do that, you know? The common response to 1A howler monkeys has been to distinguish between private companies and their TOS versus government intervention, to explain that the First Amendment isn't being violated when private TOS is enforced. Respectfully, do you not see the hairs being split when you say that having the government dictate TOS on a speech/content curation platform is unambiguously not a First Amendment issue? Yeah, because it's not regulating what a person says. It's regulating whether or not a site can host it. I think there's a pretty big difference between that. Don't we already have, like, limits on that to an extent as well? There are behaviors that, like, people can engage in on a platform. Not really? I'm pretty sure there was a legal distinction between those things. Do you not recognize that? it's government censorship by proxy. We're talking about whether or not it's a First Amendment issue, but it's a distinction in allowing content on the site as opposed to allowing people to speak on that site. The difference is that no one would ever be arrested under this. The government would never arrest anyone for posting anything on social media. It just says that the websites have to include it in their TOS. There's a pretty big difference there. The fundamental difference is that there are no legal consequences to a private citizen for any of this behavior. So that's a pretty fucking big difference. Would the potential for arrest be the contention? That's a pretty big contention, isn't it? Isn't that still government censorship? We already have FCC regulations of the media. You guys realize that, right? Guys, the FCC already regulates what can be shown on TV. The government already has laws determining what can be shown on television. And the FTC as well. That we live in a society. Do you think this question becomes muddled somewhat by the fact that social media is fast becoming the public square? This is a very contentious issue, but the fact remains that I really genuinely don't know if democracy can survive social media platforms propagating misinformation. Like, again, I have to wonder how many gravestones you'd have to walk past before this, like, becomes a meaningful issue for a lot of people, you know? The disinformation stuff very nearly led to, like, the assassination of political officials. It's led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. Because of COVID. It can lead to, like, there's so much harm. There has to be a way. I believe there is a way to manage misinformation on social media. I believe there's a way to handle it generally. Didn't Reagan get rid of legislation on news sites that was meant, like, what was it, the Fairness Doctrine? Partia 1 pressure. I'm not talking about limiting what ideas can be spread. I'm talking about misinformation. It's possible that there are certain standards for credibility that media and social media outlets have to meet, and if they can't meet those, then they get fined. Because as it stands right now, the problem that we have is that, like, defamation, libel, and slander laws are right now kind of balanced in favor of mitigating interpersonal interactions, but they do essentially nothing to stop the spread of misinformation from huge, like, social media and media platforms. So stuff along those lines has to be done as well. Or maybe things could be opened up a little bit so that attacks could be made directly against the, more easily directly against the people who spread misinformation. Who decides what's misinformation? Guys, can we stop asking this question every fucking time? That's how law works. Guys, you want to create a box that you throw people in when society determines they break rules? Well, who writes the rules? I know. Obviously, it's difficult to determine. Ideas of today are the misinformation tomorrow. This is how everything works. All law and society is about people in power deciding who or what sets the standard for who gets punishment. We already know this is the case. This already happens with free speech itself. We already have exceptions for free speech in cases of harassment or incitement. Like, there are already instances where just regular old speech has exceptions. There are no ways of deferring to objective truth in any case. Should we not lock people up for murder then? Well, what if the murderers of today are the freedom defender fighters of tomorrow? I know. I am aware. Who gets to decide what harassment is anyway? I know. Every time we go over this, and I understand these are difficult questions to answer, but nobody ever talks about the other end of things, which is that our democracy cannot survive financially incentivizing the propagation of misinformation. The light of civilization will die if multi-billionaires can make money lying and spreading those lies. We cannot survive Facebook being the dominant social media platform. We can't do it, guys. You have to take into consideration the other end of these questions. Can I survive if the government can control what's true? The government already can decide what's legal or illegal, dipshit. If the government wanted you arrested, they would just write a law and then arrest you. If it's unconstitutional to arrest you for the thing they want to arrest you for, they can change the Constitution. There is nothing they can't do with enough political power. That's why we live in a democracy. It's hard to make these choices because you have to get people in favor of them. You have to get people on board. Yes, this is the social contract. No, it can't. We have a constitution. You know you can amend the Constitution, right? You're fully aware of that, right? No, they can't change the Constitution. Wait, hold on. I'll just ban you. Okay, hold on. Here. We have a whole process for it, folks. We've changed it a few times. I think he was being sarcastic, Lamau. Then he can email me. We live in a society that doesn't get back to the segment. No, the frustration that I have with this is that we have a fuck ton of people who fearmonger like crazy about any kind of like laws on. I'm talking about fucking TOS, you dipshits. I'm not talking about people getting fucking arrested. I'm talking about maybe the possibility of certain types of disinformation being like added to like TOS policy in the same way that anti-vax and like COVID denialism stuff is right now on YouTube and Twitter. That's what I'm talking. I'm literally talking about the shit that has had no effect on anyone's real fucking life in the past like year or so. Okay? Not talking about people getting arrested for their values or views or anyone getting arrested for their political perspectives. And what bothers me is there are people who fearmonger about that, but you're not willing to fearmonger over what Facebook is doing to this country? Like, have you ever considered that? Like, people don't even talk about that. Both are bad? It's not both are bad. You need to demonstrate potential harm right now. I'm worried about the right possessing that power. The right, already, when they are in power, will do whatever they want. The right, when they're in power, already does whatever the fuck they want to. They banned trans people from the military. They blocked Muslims from entering the country. They deported. They don't care. They don't care. If you don't want the right to take power, maybe you should deal with Facebook. Because Facebook is the #1 propagator of the misinformation that leads to the spread of the far right, of QAnon, of anti-vax sentiment. If you're so worried about the far right, maybe we should do something about the fact that the largest social media platform on the planet is monetarily incentivized to allow hate and conspiracy to propagate. If you have a problem with potential solutions to that issue, that's fine. But there's a big difference between being considerate of all the possibilities and flat out ignoring the overwhelming and objective harm being done right now. I do not think democracy can survive what is taking place right now. You realize the entire planet right now is sinking into far-right populism, right? Between what's happening right now in Hungary, what's happening in the Czech Republic, Ukraine, China, Russia, India, Pakistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia, right now, a larger number of people, Brazil, a larger number of people exist on Earth right now under authoritarian fascist governments, at least fascist adjacent governments, than do in democratic governments. India and China together alone single-handedly dwarf out the populations of Europe and America. You realize that, right? We are constitutionally incapable of surviving fascism unless we do something about the spread of information that contributes to fascism. There is a reason Facebook is the way it is. It is designed in ways that allow the propagation of misinformation. And I do not want to be 40 years old living in a fucking far-right wasteland thinking, well, sure, fascists won because nobody was ever willing to stop them from spreading misinformation, but at least I didn't compromise on my principles. That is not the world that I want to live in, okay? So stop with the crazy fear-mongering where literally any suggestion that TOS can be expanded is met with 1,000 cries of 1984. Dial it back a little bit and just think about how this plays in relationship to other existing issues, okay? Just think about this relative to other problems. You understand? We understand your point about the harm of social media. However, you're wrong about the government being allowed to enforce random 2S. Yes, they can make laws about what can or can't be hosted, but only so far as the Constitution currently is written. Not arguing it shouldn't be changed. I don't think you would have to amend the Constitution to change like how the government responds to TOS. It's just weird to me where every time we talk about this, it's like, well, what if fascists use this power? Fascists are using the absence of this power. Guys, if fascists were gleeful about being able to use the government to control TOS, then they would be defending it. But they don't. They defend the opposite because they need the misinformation spaces to survive. Okay. They aren't in power, right? If the right is in power, we're fucked anyway. When is the right ever given a fuck? Guys, if Trump had had all three branches of government fully operational during his time in the presidency, do you think he would have been stopped by the previous administration's abstemiousness? Do you think Trump would have been like, I really want to do fascism right now, but sadly they didn't do anything before that I could exploit, so I'm not going to. For some reason, I will simply not just pass the laws that they didn't pass. Like they'll just do it. Meanwhile, they gain their power through the misinformation. What? I just got the copyright yellow warning light. I knew 60 minutes was a bad idea. The content is so interesting, though. Well, if the stream suddenly shuts down, I love you all, and I'll be back in a month. Take a look at my Twitter for updates. If it doesn't shut down, let's continue the segment. Where's the goddamn article that went along with this interview? Yeah, speaking of 1984, Jesus. Where's the goddamn article? Throw it my way. We'll finish the rest of it through text. I knew 60 minutes would add their goddamn... Thank you. Whistleblower, Facebook is misleading the public. And don't you play. Stop. We're pausing you. We don't need any more content detection. Whatever. Shut up. Thank you. Why do people defend the First Amendment then argue you can't change the Constitution? I've got it, guys. I've finally thought of one. I don't know why I didn't just bring this up to begin with. Here's the law that we need to make, okay? Content curation on social media should be illegal. Targeted advertisements and targeted content selection should be against the law. Social media sites should not be able to choose what shows up on your feed based on that. It makes a lot of money. It's good for advertisers. It's horrible for humanity. That is a completely politically neutral system that how would that be enforced? I don't know. Just have someone with a gun standing at fucking YouTube HQ. That would kill your channel. I don't care. Good. End it. Would that ban like the YouTube algorithm? Yes. Or you could find algorithms that find ways to recommend content that don't have anything to do with prioritizing political bias. Yeah. How would sponsors play into this? I don't fucking know. Fuck sponsors. Guys, there are so many problems being caused right now by insular communities being built online, you know? It didn't all used to be like this, you know? It didn't used to be like this, where incredibly complicated algorithms tell us what to, like, look at all the time. It used to be, how many of you are younger than 20? I want to tell you guys a story, okay? I want to tell you guys a story. I want to tell you what the internet used to be like. Now, I wasn't there from the very beginning, because I know there were people who were, like, making sites back in 1997, and I wasn't around for that, but I'm older than some of you, and I was online very young. I was there near from the beginning of the practical, commercially viable internet. You know what it used to be like? There were two types of websites in terms of social engagement. There were incredibly niche fan and hobbyist websites that had maybe 200 people at most who visited it. You would only hear about these websites through word of mouth or by people spreading hyperlinks to them over email or through other sites. There was no, like, algorithm that put it to the top when you'd Google, like, related issues. It was just, you heard about it if you heard about it. There were forums on car maintenance and forums on singing. There were forums on niche internet hobbies. And I remember the early video game forums, too. They used to be video game to video game. sometimes company-based, like Nintendo ones. It was all incredibly decentralized. And you would form friendships in those communities because it was like the same people every time. You knew the mods. Nowadays, everything is so centralized and algorithmically generated and anonymized that like moderation is usually done by like an elite group of admins who act invisibly. But back then it was like you knew the admin of the server. He was like a 26-year-old college student. And he was like just a big hobbyist, you know? Like he was just like a fucking guy. And there were also like the very early general forums, you know? The very, very early general forums where people would go on there over shared interests, but they turned into kind of like collective, like thousands of people would be there, which was huge back in the day. Now billions are on Facebook, but thousands were there. Now, there are a lot of things that are better about the modern internet as opposed to like what things were like back then, but there was a very distinct change in the way we consumed our content when the algorithm began to exist, okay? Because now the algorithm is responsible for maximizing the screen time we get on every website. Or for sales-based sites like Pinterest or whatever, it can be like how much money you spend. You know how on TikTok or on YouTube Shorts, you can click on it and just scroll through, and there's just magic robots behind the scenes that'll just tell you which video you're seeing next. And sometimes they're hits and sometimes they're misses, you know. It is poison to the brain. You can just let your eyes droop and let your brain fog and just all in little 60-second bites. Now, this is very engaging. Engagement is not the same thing as entertainment, you know? Twitter is engaging. The engagement on Twitter is designed in a few ways. Twitter is specifically designed to maximize antagonism. Twitter, the way you have these quippy little sound bites that leave no room for nuance, the way your feeds are cultivated to sort of 50-50 between stuff that you follow and stuff that you don't, but is popular, encourages a lot of like engagement, anti-nuance, which means everyone's fighting and quote tweeting. That's how you stay engaged on Twitter. And guys, isn't that why you're on Twitter? Sometimes you browse through art accounts or you follow like big celebrities you like, but isn't it usually to look into the comments of every single Twitter post you see that has a ratio on it and then look at everyone getting mad at the other person? Right? I mean, that's a lot of what Twitter is. It's looking through and it's seeing where the discourse is, and then it's seeing like who's angry at who. See about 50-50 in chat. You know, a lot of people say they like the not safe for work stuff. Yeah, like I said, there are people who browse through art. That's fine, but in terms of the engagement, a lot of it is designed to maximize antagonism and discourse, okay? Facebook does this through the spread of misinformation. Remember when we were talking about Facebook? A ton of Facebook engagement is people spreading headline articles and shit. Is people like maximizing outrage. There's a big difference between discourse and outrage. Maximizing this constant drip feed of alarmist information, of conspiracy, of hyperbole, of news filtered through a dozen hobby sites until it barely resembles the original source. That's what Facebook does best, I think. And YouTube just wants you to watch as many videos as possible for the longest length of time imaginable. And that is great for people who want to advertise to you. But what that can also mean is that you spend a lot of time watching bullshit you don't give a fuck about, you know? The ultimate problem with all of this is that content curation and selective advertising, while it's very profitable, does mean that people form bubbles and people learn about the world in different ways. People have different worlds now. People on Facebook live in different worlds. It's not just that they have different perspectives or different friend groups. Depending on how the algorithm generates the information they see, they might literally have different views of the world, flat earth and round earth, you know? Depending on, and if you're a flat earther, by the way, in the modern internet, the world just gives you everything you want. YouTube will recommend you flat earth videos. TikTokers you could follow and curate to like make sure that you're only getting the drip feed of the information you want to see. Facebook loves you. They will give you avalanches of information to confirm your biases. I think the world has been made demonstrably worse through these types of algorithms. Maybe the best thing that we could do, if not delete the algorithms entirely, is rather instead to make algorithms public information. See, they're very proprietary at the moment. They're closely guarded secrets for all of these corporations. Make them public. That's step one. And make these corporations accountable to explaining why they're designed in the way that they are. Now, the inner workings of an algorithm are not decipherable to our tiny human brains. But doesn't that encourage abuse of them? It does encourage abuse of them, but we already abuse them. Trust me, YouTubers are always aware of the maximization of ways to engage with, like, their, at least people in the higher echelons of YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, they know what to do already to abuse them. There are constantly people working on every change, every alteration. They work on that already. They know what they're doing. But making it open, making it available, might lead to further scrutiny. It might settle questions otherwise made. Now, the specifics of the algorithm are indecipherable to human beings, but at the very least, we can get the broad strokes, what these engines are told to prioritize, you know? Yeah, it's the data set behind the algorithms, but the data set can be anonymized, can't it? You don't have to release personal info to release the data set. At least parts of the data set. Yeah. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to get at here? I don't know. This stuff is all so unfathomably complicated. I have strong opinions on the problems that these things bring about, but solutions are difficult to arrive at. Their free speech stuff is an issue. I don't want to, like, give big companies and corporations the power to just destroy people's ability for free expression. And I recognize that social media is currently the public square, okay? Nobody spreads info by physically going out and shouting in the middle of a town square anymore. It's all through social media. I recognize that. However, there are things that are harmful in social media that aren't really harmful in the public square. You can't algorithm public square people. Like, you can't, there's no algorithm for people on a soapbox in the middle of, like, a mall. There's no, like, memification of in-person contact. Nothing like what you see online. The curation of content doesn't exist in real life. You have to physically go from place to place and you're exposed to what you're exposed to. But you can never fully isolate yourself the way you can online. This stuff is really, 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 really dangerous, you know? And don't you think eventually these are questions we're going to have to answer to? I mean, if social media stays the way it is, it's going to grow more destructive with time. What about when screen time goes up further and further than it does already? What about when kids are spending all of their time on social media? What about when suicide rates climb because nobody bothers making friends in real life anymore? Eventually, we're going to have to come to grips with a fact of reality, and it's that we are going to need to place some kind of reasonable social limits on what social media can and cannot do from a legislative angle, because if we don't, we're opening ourselves up to unfathomable harm. You know, at a certain point, social media begins to have the same effect, you know, to people as drug addiction, in the sense that it can be isolating and it can be a dependency that you form. And this, I'm not doing this from some boomer, like, video games are bad perspective. If you want to spend 12 hours a day on a screen, do it, King. Lord knows I do, okay? But we have to find ways to mitigate the worst excesses of this stuff, you know? Like, for example, you're right, banning loot boxes and gambling in social media and video games. I do not think loot boxes should be legal in video games. Flat out. I don't care if they're for kids or for adults. They're a horrible medium for monetary, exchange. They're fundamentally addicting. They're fucking terrible. I hate gambling more than I hate drugs, you know? I'm, like, anti-drug in the sense that I think it does bad things to people often. I'm pro decriminalization of drugs because I think it should be treated like a mental health issue or a medical issue. But I am more anti-gambling than I ever have been anti-drug. I don't think gambling for money should be legal. Literally, I think it should be illegal. I'll take the conservative position on this if I have to. Because the difference is, with drug use cannot be spread like a vector through mediums, okay? When there are Twitch streamers who are gambling to tens of thousands of viewers, you know, and they're like racking in the big bucks and like getting involved, you can get like kids addicted to gambling that way, right? But you can't do a live stream of you smoking weed and like make others smoke weed. At least it's not the same. You spread information, but gambling is a spectator sport in the way taking drugs isn't. A person can take LSD and trip out for a while or whatever, but what are people watching that over a live stream looking at? Somebody doing this. Like, okay, maybe that makes you curious, but gambling, because it's public, because the stimula of gambling is public, it's not just in your brain. When you watch that, you can get as engaged with it as the person actually spending the money. You can get bought into these systems, get bought into these addictions. What's a loot box? It's like you spend in-game currency on like a chance at getting good items in a game, but you can usually also spend real money. Oh, by the way, if the loot boxes cost only in-game currency and there's no way to buy in-game currency with real money, that's fine. I don't care about that. It's the real money thing. If you can like play for, you know, cum bucks, and 100 cum bucks unlocks a poon crate, but there's no way to buy cum bucks, that's fine by me. I don't care, you know. That's totally fine. But guys, isn't that kind of a free speech issue? Gambling on Twitch, that's kind of a free speech thing, right? If the government legislated that, I mean, you're denying people the ability to engage in a whole range of content and speech on social media. That is technically an imposition on people's freedoms, but I think it's a necessary one that makes people happier and freer. And that's how a lot of this stuff works, you know? Making it illegal to cause death threats or to do death threats or whatever, that's an imposition on people's free speech, but it's a good one, you know? It makes society better. So we'll never see Vosh boxes? Don't tempt me. No, gambling is like the algorithm process. Gambling uses algorithms, so we're banning those algorithms, not the free speech. No, that's not true. When you ban the algorithm, that's explicitly something the corporation is doing. Banning gambling on Twitch is preventing people on a social media site from engaging in a certain form of speech or content by telling Twitch they have to enforce that through TOS. That is directly a violation of free speech, in the same way that the other stuff that I've said is. You're not limiting the corporation, you're limiting the ability for people to engage in a type of behavior. Couldn't you ban gambling? Well, I want to do that, yeah. I think that would be nice. But at the very least, we should ban it on Twitch. I mean, that'd be easy enough to do. Do you not care about the freedom to make bad choices, i.e. gambling? No. Not with that, no. People should have the right to make bad choices if they want, but there are obviously limits to that. We have seatbelt laws, don't we? If something is like just objectively socially harmful, then I'm okay with banning it, especially when all it's used to do is like shark money for casinos. Also, if you want to ban, you can, or sorry, if you want to gamble, you can gamble without currency. That's fine. Yeah, if you just gamble without currency. You know, gamble for acorns. I don't know. That can be fun. What a lot of people like from gambling isn't the actual game, it's the thrill of everything being on the line. And I'm sorry, you can get that same thrill by not wearing a seatbelt and driving with like your knees up on the wheel while on the freeway, okay? You can get it all on the line in a lot of ways. You know, yeah, play strip poker. Fuck it. That's way more fun than anything you could do at a casino. You want to ban gambling on YouTube/Twitch in general? I would not mind the complete ban of gambling for money as a practice in its totality, legally enforceable. I would, and that, by the way, that is a violation of free speech. And I would be willing to do that. I think it's almost holistically bad, you know? You know, you have to opt into having gambling ads in YouTube AdSense, fun fact. Oh, I didn't know that. We're not opted in, are we? We're not opted in, right? We can ban alcohol, right, Vosh? I mean, it's literal poison. You can ban anything. I don't think we should ban alcohol. No, you would know? Okay, I didn't. Okay, good. Thank you. What about severely limiting the odds and amounts like penny poker? No, no, just why? I just gambling exists for money exclusively to shark money off of addicts towards casinos, okay? 99% of the money that cycles through gambling is people with horrible fucking addictions, and 1% of it is your every 5 years layaway in Las Vegas. Just gamble without money. It's not like we don't already have limitations and stuff like this. Do you think like loan sharks with predatory interest rates should be legal? What about people who want an $8,000 like, or sorry, 8,000% like annual loan rate? Oh, well, you're limiting people's like ability to make bad decisions when you ban that. Like every law is limiting people's ability to make bad decisions. Do you think poker tournaments should be allowed? If they cost well, actually, hold on. Poker isn't gambling. That's a game of skill. That's fine. That's a competitive game. Nobody lost a bajillion dollars like at the poker slots or whatever. It's both. Well, there are random elements to like pretty much any game, right? You know? Yeah, they do. Where do you think the majority of gambling addicts lose their money? Do you think it's to poker or do you think it's to slots? Yeah, I'd be willing to bet it's to slots. If people are spending money on poker, at least it's skill based. Gambling is literally like zero skill. Like gambling is you just you're just throwing it to the winds there. Yeah, slots are 80% of casino revenue. Yeah. Poker is gambling when you aren't allowed to do things like count cards. No, even if you can't count cards, it's still not. There's still obviously a huge skill element to poker. Card games in general, like blackjack, etc. Yeah, these aren't guys. Blackjack. Well, that's more gambling. My real issue here is with slots. That's the main thing that I have an issue with. Because slots are literally just you put $1 in, you push a button, and God like takes the wheel. And casinos are all like slanted to guarantee that they make money off pretty much every like God, we're off in the boonies. Where do casinos make their money? Slot machines make 65 to 80% of their gambling income from slots. Yeah, like the huge majority of this is from slots. And by the way, when you see gambling on Twitch, it's slots. It's not people like playing poker. Yeah, let's see how much roulette makes. Like, because that's also, yeah. I don't mind. If people want to become like card sharks or whatever, fucking go for it. I don't care. Have fun. Try not to lose all your money. The stock market? Well, those are investments. Hold on. My problems with the stock market are similar, but not that similar. We'll get those too, okay? Blackjack is kind of in the middle. Yeah, but it's not like slots. I mean, I don't understand. Why would anyone... Okay, can I be real with you guys? I feel like the only people who play slots are either A, mentally ill, or people who have like... Who are in Vegas and they want to get the Vegas experience of losing their money to slots, you know? Slots are mathematically guaranteed to be a bad investment. It's literally like tossing coins into a river and like hoping more of them jump out at you. Yeah. If you go to any casino, the majority of the people at the slot machines are, yeah, old people dying in chairs. It's miserable and depressing, and I have no problem whatsoever with limiting this. It's predatory. It's distinctly predatory. When you guys, a lot of you think of gambling, you think of like, oh, I'm playing cards with my friends. But as an industry, gambling is an expressly manipulative and exploitative and predatory industry, which are designed to bring in whales. Same as like gotcha games. Same as loot boxes in video games. Would you ban the lotto? Fuck yeah. Fuck lotteries. Absolutely. Lotteries are literally just a way of raising money for the states. Literally, that's it. State Powerballs are literally just every year the state gets a little bit of extra money because everyone pays in $5 a ticket. They amass all the money and then give 60% of it out to whoever wins, or split it between the people who do win. It's just an extra hidden tax on poor people because poor people are the only ones desperate enough to put a meaningful portion of their income into a fucking lottery. What about scratch-offs? I mean, same thing, right? Like, wealthy people spending money on this shit. Like, who the fuck... You're a millionaire and you buy a lotto ticket? Like, when the fuck does that... Do millionaires buy lotto tickets? I have never once heard of a wealthy person ever getting a scratch-off or, like, buying lotto tickets, ever. I guess maybe they do, like, statistically. It's probably happened at least once, but I just... It's usually poor and desperate people who have stars in their eyes and hope that maybe they'll be the one lucky person to win and they'll be able to stop going to that horrible job and finally pay for braces for their kid. That's I think that's like the general, like, that's the general vibe that I get from people who invest in these things, you know? It's a tax that's mostly paid into by the poor. It's a flat tax because every ticket's $5 and it's mostly poor people who do it. And then one person wins, or sometimes multiple, and then the state takes 50% anyway because everyone goes for the lump sum option, which is usually the better one depending on how old you are. I know plenty of horror stories of people who win big, blow all their cash, and their lives are ruined. Yeah, unfortunately, money management is a skill that you don't always learn as a poor person for being rich, you know? There's a big difference between managing your money when you're poor and managing your money when you have money. And I can say this confidently because I sure as shit do not spend money the same way that I do now, the way I did when I was in college trying to pinch every penny. Back then, I would only buy cereal when it was, like, discounted. That was my cereal. Look, when I went to the store and saw cereal on sale, that was my goddamn jam because it meant that I could have more than, like, bean paste for dinner, you know, or rice. That was my shit, you know? Yeah, beans and rice, motherfucker. I do not spend that scrupulously these days. There's no reason for me to. I ordered a $500 Wacom tablet mount a while back and never sent it back when I realized it wasn't the right one. That's $500 that have just been sitting in my garage in an Amazon box because the worth of me, like, repackaging it and sending it back was so minimal relative to what I do from a single stream. Like, it's just sitting there, you know? I might give it away at some point. Like, and I'm still relatively conscientious with my money. But a person who's been poor their whole life suddenly winning the lottery? Jesus Christ, you know? Making it illegal would just allow organized crime to control it. And then they'd have to do it, like, underground. You can't really hide casinos that well, right? I don't buy that argument for... I don't think gambling is like sex work, where sex work is always going to happen no matter what. And it's a matter of whether or not it's done underground or above ground. I think that the majority of gambling, like, would just plummet if it was made illegal, you know? Like, for instance, gacha games, loot boxes, that you can just take out because it's all digital, you know? You can just remove that because it's in published games. And in terms of, like, in-person gambling, I don't know. Do you really think that people are going to be like, I need my gambling fix, and that they're going to, like, travel to the speakeasy? It's more, the more accessible it is, the more people are going to engage in it. Yes? You really don't think it would significantly cut down? That's what they do? Hold on. Wasn't gambling banned for a time? When was gambling banned in US? By the end of 1910, virtually all gambling is outlawed in the US. Prohibition became law when ratified by the 36th state, Nevada. Oh, funny that they would be the one to ratify that in the end. Okay, so hold on. Where in US is most gambling revenue accrued? Nevada brought in the most money of any state with $3.46 billion in gambling revenue, up 17% from 2019. Pennsylvania is second with $1.21 billion, New Jersey with $1.11 billion, and it's all gone up. U.S. gambling revenue to break $44 billion record in 2021. The fact that it's highest in Nevada is not exactly surprising to me. You really don't think that, like, if casinos were shut down, it would significantly decrease the number of people gambling, the total money circulating through it? Do you really think this is one of those, like, banning it would do nothing type deals? It's like drugs? I don't know if it's like drugs in the same way. Drugs can be spread on the street. Casinos you have to physically go to. The war on drugs, guys. If drugs could only be acquired and used at gigantic, like, at casinos, then yeah, getting rid of the casinos would cut down on the drug use. It would help some, but the real whales would find a way. Dude, what was U.S. gambling revenue before the... Does gambling ban affect revenue? Illinois casinos lost revenue after smoking ban. Oh, that tracks. People who smoke in casinos are fucking disgusting. Anyone who smokes inside for any reason. Unless you're in your own house, in which case you can do it if you want, but it's also still disgusting. Legalized betting models. Agencies warn of significant loss of revenue as gambling. Ad ban confirmed. Agencies warned of significant loss of revenue as gambling ad ban confirmed. The gambling industry has confirmed a voluntary ban on TV betting ads during pre-Watershed Live Sports and pre-Watershed Booker Mark sponsorships for sports programs. Is there a number for how much this affected things? Stop! I am exceedingly confident that there are ways to significantly cut down on the effects of gambling. Gotcha games and loot boxes are very easy to legislate, and in-person gambling, especially slots, can be cut down massively because a lot of people only engage in that behavior because it's easily accessible and it's packaged with the lavish aesthetic of a casino. There's a reason casinos are designed the way they are, okay? Casinos are gigantic and opulent with red carpets and gold trim over everything because when you're in there, you're supposed to feel like a millionaire. If people are all doing their slots gambling in underground speakeasies, that would take away from the glamour of the lifestyle significantly and would probably lead to a massive decrease in the total amount of money circulating through the casino industry, okay? Even if it's illegal and people still do it, it would make it better. That's enough. What were we even talking about? Facebook? Have fun with this one, Tempest. Jesus Christ. Let the fun lock begin. Or end. Stun locks and fun locks. What are we doing? Oh! One of the consequences of how Facebook is picking out that content today is that it is optimizing for content that gets engagement or reaction, but its own research is showing that content that is hateful, it is divisive, it is polarizing, it's easier to inspire people to anger than it is to other emotions. Misinformation, angry content is enticing to people and very enticing, keeps them on the platform. Yes, if Facebook realized they have changed the algorithm to be safer, people will spend less time on the site, they'll click on less ads, they'll make less money. Huggins said Facebook understood the danger to the 2020 election, so it turned on the safety systems to reduce misinformation. But many of those changes, she said, were temporary. And as soon as the election was over, they turned them back off or they changed the settings back to what they were before to prioritize growth over safety. And that really feels like a betrayal of democracy to me. Don't you think it's a little weird that Facebook has a switch they can turn on to make democracy safer and then they just turn it off again after the election? Are the free speech warriors in chat really not, like, looking at this and thinking, well, nothing we can do? Well, it's true. Massive billionaire-owned mega media corporations do have the ability to make society better by flipping a switch, but, you know, that would be free speech 1984 First Amendment rights broken death. So we can't do that, even though they did it. Facebook says some of the safety systems remained, but after the election, Facebook was used by some to organize the January 6th insurrection. Prosecutors cite Facebook posts as evidence. Photos of armed partisans and texts including by bullet or ballot restoration of the Republic is coming. Extremists use many platforms, but Facebook is a recurring theme. After the attack, Facebook employees raged on an internal message board copied by Hagen. Begin quote. Haven't we had enough time to figure out how to manage discourse without enabling violence? We looked for positive comments and found this. I don't think our leadership team ignores data, ignores dissent, ignores truth, but that drew the reply, welcome to Facebook. I see you just joined in November 2020. We have been watching wishy-washy actions of company leadership for years now. Another quote, colleagues, cannot conscience working for a company, okay, that does not do more to mitigate the negative effects of the platform. Facebook essentially amplifies the worst of human nature. It's one of those unfortunate consequences, right? No one at Facebook is malevolent, but the incentives are misaligned, right? Yeah, I imagine people working at Facebook are basically like conductors at the head of a train they know is like in a slow motion crash and there's nothing they can do about it. Like, Facebook makes more money when you consume more content. People enjoy engaging with things that elicit an emotional reaction. And the more anger that they get exposed to, the more they interact and the more they consume. Hold on. We got a cringer in chat. Nice. That dynamic led to a complaint to Facebook by major political parties across Europe. This 2019 internal report obtained by Hagen said that the parties feel strongly that the change of the algorithm has forced them to skew negative in their communications on Facebook, leading them into more extreme policy positions. Jesus Christ. Listen to that. Major political parties are skewing their communication more negative on Facebook to appeal to their algorithm, which leads them to more extreme policy positions. The far right is moving more far right to maximize engagement on the algorithm for Facebook. Facebook isn't just promoting the disinfo. Facebook is encouraging the far right to move further to the right to maximize their effectiveness on those platforms. Nothing we can do, though, folks. 1984, free speech, First Amendment, nothing. It's all... No, sorry. I hope you're enjoying this window view. You've been getting more authoritarian with time. This is me being anti-authoritarian. The authoritarians are screaming at you. Facebook is making us more far right. Facebook is giving us power. And I'm like, hey, maybe we should stop them. And you're the one saying, no. This system that explicitly promotes and empowers the far-right misinformation, we need to defend it. This is not me being more authoritarian. We're fighting against authoritarianism in the ways in which it makes itself evident. The European political parties were essentially saying to Facebook, the way you've written your algorithm is changing the way we lead our countries. Functional democracy, by the way. Yes. You are forcing us to take positions we don't like that we know are bad for society. We know if we don't take those positions, we won't win in the marketplace of social media. Can you fucking perceive this information? Can you fathom this? This is insane. Facebook is like the world's slipperiest water slide down to fascism, and there are fascists on that slippery water slide going like, please, this is too much. Okay, fine. Whee! They can't, like, this is like a fascism generation machine. Evidence of harm, she says, extends to Facebook's Instagram app. One of the Facebook internal studies that you found talks about how Instagram harms teenage girls. One study says 13.5% of teen girls say Instagram makes thoughts of suicide worse. 17% of teen girls say Instagram makes eating disorders worse. Anything we can do about that, guys? For me, what Norway did was pretty good. Norway made it so that any photos that have been face-tuned have to be marked as such. And I think that's a really good idea, you know? I think every image, every like selfie you take that's face-tuned should be only in ads, though. Yeah, but it should be for everyone. If you face-tune some shit, it should say that you face-tuned it. We're encouraging some really, 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 really unhealthy self-perceptions. Norwegian here, never heard of this? Norway face-tune social media. There you go. Not just advertisers, but influencers. Norway is introducing a law making influencers declare retouch pics on social media to help challenge unrealistic beauty standards. I think that's very good. So every single fucking time one of the Kardashians posts a selfie and they've edited it, like they've spent 40 minutes editing it, I think that's good, you know? I think that's a step in the right direction. And what's super tragic is Facebook's own research says as these young women begin to consume this eating disorder content, they become more and more depressed. It actually makes them use the app more. And so they end up in this feedback cycle where they hate their bodies more and more. You saw a lot of this with pro-Anna content on Tumblr back in the day, pro-anorexia, where all these like inspiration accounts would be posting like pictures of their, you know, desiccated rib cages. And they'd be like, haha, ate 1 carrot today. And like it would get a bunch of people like super promoting it. Yeah. The thinspiration stuff, yeah. Facebook's own research says it's not just Instagram that is dangerous for teenagers, that it harms teenagers, that it's distinctly worse than other forms of social media. Facebook said just last week it would postpone plans to create an Insta for younger children. Okay. Younger children? Last month, Haugen's lawyers filed at least 8 complaints with the Securities and Exchange Commission, which enforce the laws on financial markets. The complaints compare the internal research with the company's public face, often that of CEO Mark Zuckerberg, who testified remotely to Congress last March. Mark Zuckerberg said they removed content that could lead to real-world harm. They have built an unprecedented third-party fact-checking machine. The system isn't perfect, but it's the best approach that we have found to address misinfo in line with our country's values. They go on to talk about the SEC for some time, the Dodd-Frank Act. And Facebook declined an interview. But in a written statement to 60 Minutes, it said, every day our teams have to balance protecting the rights of billions of people to express themselves openly with the need to keep our platform a safe and positive place. We continue to make significant improvements to tackle the spread of misinformation and harmful content. To suggest we encourage bad content and do nothing is just not true. So this is just a lie. The fact that Facebook can't even respond to this honestly and acknowledge the fact that their algorithm encourages disinformation and hateful content is this is a lie on their end, you know? If any research had identified an exact solution to these complex challenges, the tech industry, governments, and society would have solved them a long time ago. Notice the language that they use. To suggest we encourage bad content and do nothing is just not true. Of course they don't do nothing. Everybody's doing something. They didn't say do enough. They said do nothing. They're setting a very low bar for themselves. Likewise with encourage bad content. They don't encourage bad content. They encourage engaging content, which is often bad. The language they use means that they're trying to obfuscate the meaningful. Listen to this as well. If any research had identified an exact solution to these complex challenges, they would have solved them a long time ago. But they already had a solution, didn't they? They implemented it back during the 2020 election. Remember? And then they turned it off again. But it wasn't an exact solution, because nothing is an exact solution. The language they're using here indicates their bad faith engagement with the problem. Facebook is a $1 trillion company. Just 17 years old, it has 2.8 billion users, which is 60% of all internet-connected people on Earth. Frances Haugen plans to testify before Congress this week. Ooh, we'll be covering that. We will be covering that. She believes the federal government should impose regulations. Facebook has demonstrated they cannot act independently. Facebook, over again, has shown it chooses profit over safety. It is subsidizing. It is paying for its profits with our safety. I'm hoping this will have a big enough impact in the world that they get the fortitude and motivation to actually go put those regulations in place. This is my hope. This could be big. In fact, this could be essential. Yeah, let's hope she doesn't get Epsteined. By the way, guys, all the people who are free speech warrioring in chat, where are you complaining right now? She's literally saying that she wants government regulations on Facebook. Where'd you guys go? Are you only angry when I say it? Or did getting the earlier paragraphs clarifying that Facebook was driving the far right even further right, was that enough to get you to change your mind? There are serious problems here, and there are only 2 groups of people that can actually meaningfully change it. The corporation and the government. Facebook has already indicated that they are not going to change their behavior here. So we either do nothing, or we see if the government can potentially mitigate the harm being done. We'll find out. Article and study about how Germany's far-right AfD won the Facebook battle by a lot. Damn. I wonder. This is in 2017, so this was from their last win, not from now. The AfD did much worse this election. The AfD did better in 2017 because of the migrant crisis and other shit. We undertook an empirical analysis of AfD's social media use. We began examining how all the German political parties used Facebook in 2017. The AfD gets more likes than other parties. That's interesting, considering the AfD is not the largest party. Isn't the SPD the largest party? It is now? The CDU? Gotcha. Isn't it odd that, like, the minority party, like, consistently got far more engagement? It was the CDU at the time? Okay, well, then they're both, like, the big parties, then. You can see the activity here. They averaged around 3,500 likes per post, almost double the nearest rival, the CSU, which received 1,900 on average. AfD posted a high volume of sensational material that gets strong emotional reactions. I'm going to do it, guys. Frau Merkel, die Opfer ihren politischen Amokfähr sind nicht vergessen, doch wie viele müssen noch sterben, bevor sie verstehen? Translation. Mrs. Merkel, the victims of your political rampage are not forgotten, but how many have to die before you understand? 2017 actually had, like, record low crime rates in Germany, so I guess not many have to die before she understood. AfD has a larger number of social media followers who interact more often. Jesus. Posts are shared more often. Holy fuck. But guys, it's totally cool. There's nothing fundamental about Facebook that that is destructive to democracies and fundamentally incompatible with our modern world, you know? Uh-oh. What's the gray zone talking about? All right, here we go. We have this is the gray zone, right? Yeah, gray zone news. Okay, here we go. We have Assadists. Let's get their opinion on this. Where are the 336 politicians in the Pandora Papers from? Well, from not America, according to this, you know, judging. And then we got, what a coincidence. There are 0 U.S. politicians included in the Pandora Papers list of offshore bank accounts. I guess they're all pure and free from corruption. I'm sure this has nothing to do with the fact that the so-called leak was likely a hack by U.S. spy agencies. Is there any evidence of that, or is Ben Norton just mad that Russia is a corrupt country and they get their money from there? Hack from U.S. spy agencies. Wait, they hacked... What did they hack? Everything? The group behind the Pandora Papers, the ICIJ, which left out all U.S. politicians, is funded by CIA front... Oh, yeah, okay. So this is the thing they do where any money that comes from the West means everything is like a state op. Yeah. The ICIJ, which left out all U.S. politicians, is funded by CIA front Ford Foundation. NATO member Norway. NATO member Norway. Really? That's what we're doing? Really? The country of Norway. Well, it's part of NATO. So, you know, I guess... Is he wrong? Would the CIA be obvious about it, though, Vosh? So the Gray Zone's first job, first and foremost, is to protect Russia, Assad, and other, like, geopolitical interests aligned with them. They're essentially like nationalists. They're like, they defend the state interests of other states, you know? So the problem is that they LARP as leftists, but they actually don't give a fuck about the working class, which is why they participate in so much of their disinfo. Guys, pretty much everything, even tangentially associated with the West, has intel agency fingers all over it. Everything. They're intel agencies. The feds, the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, they are incredibly powerful. They have hands on everything, but that doesn't invalidate it. You know what else has hands on pretty much everything in a holistic sense that comes from the US? At least one Jewish person. This is what Nazis do. If you talk with Nazis about shit they don't like, they'll be like, well, actually, this one media policy is Jewish. And you're like, how do you know that? And they're like, well, the uncle of the guy who wrote it married a Jewish woman. And you're like, okay. All right. And they're like, yeah. Also, some politicians are Jewish. Okay. Like, you guys have seen this from the Nazis that I debate, right? They do this all the time. And this is the same fundamental behavior where you invalidate a set of positions or you invalidate a cause because it's tangentially associated with stuff that you don't like. And in the case of the CIA, that shit's going to be connected to like everything everywhere. It's the CIA, you know? There's shit from Russia today that's probably connected to the fucking CIA. Comparing people being skeptical of the motherfucking CIA to the JQ. Oh no, shoo. First of all, we're literally talking about Assadists here, so these motherfuckers are already anti-Semitic by default. Second of all, in terms of the rhetorical strategies, yes. When you invalidate broader arguments by saying that there is some tangential relationship between the things that you're looking at and like a deep hidden group that you don't like, then it becomes deeply conspiratorial, which the gray zone touches on constantly. And whether that conspiracy is the JQ or everything I don't like is a product of the CIA, it's the same fundamental underlying logic. Yeah. Again, these are also literally Assadists. I mean, didn't Hinkle literally accept that grant from a genocide, from a Holocaust denier? Right? And Jimmy Dore as well, yeah. And the Gray Zone guys were mocking the civilian deaths by gas attacks in Syria. Fucking the other guy, not Blumenthal. What's his name? Gray? Yeah, they deny the Uyghur genocide. Yeah, he presented at the UN on account of Russia, you know? Scroll down, they literally mentioned Soros. Oh! Open Society of Billionaire Soros, longtime CNA asset. There we go, nice. So, there we go. I guess, I really got to read more of this stuff, you know, man? I really got to read more. Yeah. Anyway, we have the whole country of Norway, I guess. Open Society of Billionaire Soros, longtime CIA asset. By the way, when they say CIA asset, like they literally call me a CIA asset. So anyone they don't like. Big tech oligarch, a Midyar, close ally of U.S. regime chain ops. All right, I don't know about this guy, so hold on. Heard this name before, but let me see. Pierre Midyar is a French-American billionaire technology entrepreneur. Close ally of U.S. regime change ops. Do you think that means he doesn't support Assad? In fact, I'm just going to Google, okay? Hold on. Midyar Assad. And I'm just going to see if anything comes up. Oh, the first thing that comes up is a Gray Zone article. The literal first thing that comes up. Oh, no. Investigation to billionaire eBay founder Pierre Omidyar and the massive networks of regime change organization he bankrolls, which work closely with the CIA cutouts like the USAID and the NED. Oh, God, it's a Gray Zone article. Hello. Panama Papers, Cultural Cold War. Is there like a summary at the beginning or end? What's the big deal with Soros? He's just a big, like, conspiracy bait. Partnered closely with many of the U.S.-funded outlets to fulfill the role the CIA used to play during the Cold War, supporting oppositional media and civil society. Which regimes and what specifically? Virginia-based company designs solutions for national security problems. Feasibility of militarizing U.S. aid. Okay, the company is the Foreign Design Group. Which is in Arlington, Virginia, and had reports published by the USAID, and those reports analyzed the feasibility of militarizing the USAID. Here they're referencing the white helmets. Another Frontier Design Group client is the Omidyar Group. Wait, is that seriously the strongest link that they're opening with? So the Omidyar Group is owned by Omidyar, and their client to the Frontier Design Group, and the Frontier Design Group, which has a couple of employees, at one point had articles and analyses published by the USAID Global Development Lab about potentially militarizing USAID. That's the one they open with. That's the one they open with. I bet the following ones are much more direct. Again, guys, billionaires do fucked up stuff all the time, but the Gray Zone doesn't care about billionaires being bad. If they did, they wouldn't be simps for Russia, which is full of billionaire oligarchs. They care about anti-Russia, anti-Assad people from the West. That's it. This is how they bait lefties into listening to them. They're like, yeah, dude, we hate oligarchs. And you're like, all oligarchs? And they're like, yeah, Western oligarchs. Now come listen to how these gas attacks on Syrian civilians were made up by every international org in the universe. That's the vibe. Yeah, there's one mention of Assad in this section, tensions within multi-ethnic states, which was published from the Omidyar Network in Trends to Watch in 2020 and beyond. I don't care about this anymore. I don't care at all. Also works with Amazon. And by the way, all of this is just saying that they got support from these organizations. The journalist that published the Pandora papers just said that they received donations from these organizations. That's it. Not that they received consultation or editorial work or anything like that. This is literally just they received money from these groups, and some of these groups are tied to people who are tied to people who are tied to people who might have at one point been in a room with a CIA agent. The journalist in Nicaragua that billionaire-funded ICIJ org worked with on the Pandora papers, billionaire-funded, as if they're not... Don't they... Dude, they're such slimy fucking propagandists, dude. Holy shit. Guys, keep in mind, this is literally a giant leak of info, which is an attack on the wealthy. Literally. This whole leak of papers is a strike against the shadow financial market, which keeps trillions out of the hands of the taxman, which can be used to fund social services. It helps the billionaires, it helps the bourgeois, and the only reason they're against this is because the US wasn't implicated in the list of politicians from these papers. That's it. That's the only reason they're mad here, which is why the opening tweet, and the one that has by far the most likes, is the one impugning the lack of US representation in the people who did it, and not about any problems with the actual resource. Is it fair to say it's mighty suspicious that the US is fucking white on the map? Lol, just feels weird to me. Then why not investigate it? If they were actually a journalistic outlet, don't you think they could try to find out why that is? Is information being covered up? Is there an expose they could make? Is there an analysis they could conduct? No, this is a CIA op because, no. The journalists in Nicaragua that billionaire-funded ICIJ worked with on the Pandora papers are all U.S. government-funded anti-Sandinista activists. Carlos Fernando Chamorro is from the richest oligarch family. His right-wing propaganda rag, Confidential, is funded by the CIA's NED. What is this saying? That it funded them? What is this? At more than 600 journalists. What are we looking for here? Are these people implicated or people who are journalists? They're confidentials? Is that it? They're just listed as a confidential? That's it? What? He's trying to say that journalist is anti-Sandinista? So they talked with a person who was right-wing? Okay. That's literally it. They talked with a person who was right-wing here, apparently. Haven't you said leaks could be considered partisan if only one side of a leak is heavily investigated, like with Julian Assange? Yes, but Julian Assange admitted he had dirt on Trump and on the Republicans and didn't release it because he didn't want to. Oh, no, they're from Confidential. So what are they even saying here? How much influence did these people actually have? So this is just, there was an association at some point with people from a right-wing rag? That's just not very compelling. What I would want is evidence that this leak of documents, that this giant expose was biased in favor of a Western perspective. Because if that ends up being true, that's super fucked up. But this is conspiracy bait. That map was only about politicians. Here's another map with people who benefit and not just politicians. Oh, well, here you go. If you exclude politicians, the beneficiaries are distributed much more widely around the world. I guess they'd still be mad because Russia's the highest implicated. They were exclusively looking at a chart of politicians. Okay, well, here are people affected. That looks a lot more representative. Gray zone spreading misinformation couldn't be them. For the Pandora Papers, ICIJ worked with a huge team of 16 opposition activists in Venezuela, all of them anti-government. Okay. ICIJ's Venezuelan partner is Armando.info, a right-wing anti-Chavista website funded by the US NED and CIA-linked billionaire Soros and Omidyar. So this just means like they're tangentially associated with like American foreign money, right? Is Armando.info a right-wing anti... You can't trust any of the descriptions given by these guys. Are you really going to do that to me? Are you really going to publish articles in a language native to your own country and not my own? You really going to fucking do that to me? You really going to do me like that? This is pretty fucked up. And also, in my opinion, a little bit anti-white. Imagine not speaking American. Flavier, if you... So here's what I want, okay? If you want to indicate that the Pandora Papers are shady, if you want to indicate that the information was biased in its release, don't you think that there might be a better way to do it than by saying, oh, of the hundreds of journalists, a couple of them are right-wing, and also it was funded by people, some of whom were from the West? Like, don't you think there might be slightly better ways of presenting that argument? Especially when you lead with like a pretty like disingenuous opening image that doesn't really give you the whole info when it comes to who's being represented fairly in these papers. This is the latest in the U.S. disinfo war in Venezuela. U.S. mouthpieces absurdly claimed imprisoned Venezuelan diplomat Alex Saab looted billions while he was trying to circumnavigate U.S. sanctions to buy food for Venezuelans. The message, evading illegal U.S. sanctions equals corruption. Wait, what is that? What does that have to do with the Pandora Papers? This is before the release of the Pandora... What is the... The goal of these right-wing org activists was to show how Venezuela found ways around illegal U.S. sanctions, portray that as corruption. That's not journalism. It's U.S. government-sponsored information warfare to justify a murderous blockade. So that's what the Armando.info site did? Okay. And they talked with people from this. Okay. Guys, I'm so sorry. It's just like, this just reminds me of browsing Poll. Here's some context on this guy. Yeah, I think I've heard this name before. This is a large Wikipedia article. That's a rather serious-looking man. He was the subject of journalistic investigations for conducting businesses estimated at $135 million with the Venezuelan government, while other Colombian businessmen had stopped exporting to Venezuela due to uncertainty regarding payments and tight exchange controls. He'd been investigated by the Colombian authorities for alleged money laundering between 2004 and 2011. worth... Wait, what? 25,000 million? That's got to be a typo. 25 million, I assume. The Colombian prosecutor's office indicted Saab with charge of money laundering, concerned to commit crimes, illicit enrichment. His accounting auditors were arrested and charged. During a fuel stop, he was arrested while on his way from Iran to Venezuela on a business jet. Wait, what is this guy? Wait, is this guy just like a criminal? Wait, what are we... So apparently the money he took was from the sanctions? What? Sanctions? Sanctions were imposed on 10 people and 13 companies in a Venezuelan food subsidy called CLAP, which include Maduro's stepsons and Saab himself. According to a statement by Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin, the corruption network that operates the CLAP program has allowed Maduro and his family members to steal from the Venezuelan people. They use food as a form of social control to reward political supporters and punish opponents. All while pocketing hundreds of millions of dollars through a number of fraudulent schemes. The Maduro government rejected the sanctions, calling it a sign of desperation by the Gringo Empire. The Gringo Empire. That slaps, dude. Fuck yeah. Maduro said imperialists prepare for more defeats because the clap in Venezuela will continue. No one takes the clap away from my people. Oh, this is just a great exchange altogether. A statement from the Venezuelan Foreign Ministry that announces the repeated practice of economic terrorism by the U.S. government against the Venezuelan people, announced measures of criminal purpose to deprive all Venezuelans of the right to food. Then the UK issued sanctions that included Saab, which include the freezing of assets and travel bans. The Committees for Supply and Production is a food distribution committee promoted by the Venezuelan government. In response to ongoing shortages, they've been subject to complaints about corruption, political use delays, and price increases without prior warnings. This is a whole goddamn research stream worth of stuff. Eris Radio on Twitch. Hello, Erisonites. We're Aristotelians, aristocrates. Hello, Iridians. Thank you. Aristocrats. That one sounds good, I think. Sanctions. Mexico's Ministry of Finance froze bank accounts to the company related to the sale of low-quality and overpriced food to the Venezuelan government's CLAP program, which were aimed at the poorest population. Moreover, the ministry has opened an investigation related to money laundering after detecting irregularities for more than $150 million. Why am I doing this again? No clue. We're in it now, folks. What the fuck? The ban was denounced by the Venezuelan National Press Union's working since the publication of reports on Alex Saab. The Armando.info site has suffered massive cyber attacks. Oh, this is the site they were saying was super right-wing. Has suffered massive cyber attacks, warning that the ban on mentioning Saab in successive investigation articles increases the threat. Oh, shit. In the document that is addressed to the journalist Roberto Diniz and signed by the general, is that not the person here? No, David Dawkins is here. That's that guy. Forbids these citizens to publish and disseminate mentions that go against the honor and reputation of Alex Naim Sabib. Wait, what? The Venezuelan government specifically prohibited these few citizens from publishing anything that goes against the honor and reputation of Alex Saab. Damn, that sure is a free speech democracy. Literally, like, you can't say anything mean about this guy. Specifically on the site Armando.info until the end of the current process in the case can be pursued against said citizens. They received massive cyber attacks. Roberto Diniz rejected the sentence, recalling that after the publication, the journalistic team had previously been threatened via Twitter. They were banned from leaving the country by the 11th court. Now they're being detained in there. And now they were forbidden to continue Saab's investigation, denouncing that according to the logic of the judge in charge of his lawsuit against the Armando.info journalists, Alex Saab's honor and reputation were above the possibility of Venezuelans to learn about the business behind the clap. The 4 journalists were sued by Saab in Caracas for continued aggravated defamation and slander. Well, that's cool. So wait, yeah, let me see if that matches up to this list of people. Roberto Denise McKean. Yeah, Roberto Denise, top center. Joseph Pulizuk. Yep, right there, center left. Igual Carlos Scharfenberg. Right there, center right. And Alfredo Jose Meza. I'm bad at looking. Do I not see them? Okay, I don't see that person. Alfredo, I don't see Alfredo here. Okay. So, I know that Wikipedia is the CIA or whatever. Vosh summarize. So, all of this seems like fairly spurious conspiracy bait against the papers because Gray Zone is angry that they don't implicate America more and implement, and implement Russia too much. However, they're saying that the Pandora papers are bad because they worked with these journalists who they claim smeared Alex Saab. But it seems like Alex Saab was actually a corrupt government agent who actually had the government of Venezuela censor these guys to not report on the corruption that he was engaging in with the CLAP program, which the government was using to distribute food across Venezuela. So, if anything, based on the information available to me, it seems like these guys are the freedom fighters who are being silenced by an authoritarian government who are trying to protect one of their criminal oligarchs. I guess Gray Zone probably has a different perspective on that. A growing number of hack and dump ops, likely by the CIA or other spy agencies. Dude, these people bring up the CIA so fucking often. These people stub their toe and talk about the CIA. Jesus Christ. U.S. imperialists realize they can use anti-corruption as a cover for destabilizing campaigns like they did in Brazil. What are we referring to in Brazil, exactly? The Biden admin is doubling down on legal warfare, lawfare, as a regime change tactic. Okay. Look, I'm all woke about the state and everything, but I think describing law passing as legal warfare might be a little bit reductive to the point of being unhelpful. Lawfare. As a regime change tactic, it released a memo dubbing the fight against corruption a national security priority. A top U.S. official hinted the CIA will use anti-corruption as a cover for destabilizing foreign governments. Did they hint that directly, or... What I can say on that front is the memorandum includes components of the intelligence community, so the work on that front in part remains to be seen, but they are included, the director of National Intelligence and the CIA. We're going to be looking at all the tools in our disposal to make sure we can identify corruption where it's happening and take appropriate policy responses. The U.S. government should use its assets and capabilities, including the intel community, to expose specific cases of corruption overseas, to name and shame corrupt officials. In principle, there's nothing wrong with doing any of this. It's just in practice, the U.S. does love its regime change. So, yeah. In practice, the U.S. is probably signaling some, intent there. What does that have to do with Brazil, though? What are they... Like modern Brazil? Or are we talking earlier? What are we referring to? There are 0 U.S. politicians in the Pandora Papers, but there are 1,200 Venezuelans. Damn. Wait. How are there 1,200 Venezuelan politicians when only 336 are in this graph? Dude, they're lying again. There are 1,200 people from Venezuela mentioned because there are thousands all over the globe, but they're showing the graph of the politicians. There are thousands of people implicated, at least hundreds, in the Pandora Papers in the US. Then they show only the politicians map. Guys, show me again the map that isn't politicians. Oh, wait, here it is, right here. 701 in the United States. And by the way, according to this chart right here, only 863 in Venezuela. About the same number. But they don't use that number. They use only the politician number for the US and then showcase the politician graph. They are so flagrantly dishonest, dude. Holy fuck. You have to ratio him and call him out. It would be like, these people are essentially just like different neo-Nazis. Like ratio, they don't care. And the people who follow this stuff are like hardcore sadists. It's not, yeah. Do you believe that if tankies gain power, they will straight up kill political opposition? What are you talking about? Assad is doing it right now. Putin does it right now. It's currently happening. At the moment, it's currently taking place. I mean, American tankies. American tankies aren't really guys. Tankies aren't meaningfully communists. They're red fascists, okay? What do we see rising around the world? Red fascism. We see the aesthetic of populist leftism being used to invoke far-right populist nationalism. You see it in Russia, you see it in China. That's the big rise right now. That's why all these gray zone types are so super duper in favor of Assad. Assad is loved by like far-right types. Didn't they bring David Duke over? No, is that... Oh, sorry. Assad didn't bring David Duke over. The journalistic organizations that support Assad had David Duke speak at their organization, and then they gave awards to people like Jimmy Dore. Yeah, sorry. Tulsi Gabbard as well, yeah. No major U.S. assets were hurt by the Pandora Papers. Weren't there hundreds of corporate leaders thrown in there? Yes, a few minor U.S. allies were thrown in to maintain a veneer of impartiality, such as Chile's Piñera and Ecuador's Lasso, but his corruption and use of offshores was already publicly known. So, I guess nowhere in any of this does Ben Norton actually explain how the papers are wrong. This basically just seems like I'm mad that the countries I like were defended. Or were attacked, sorry. People in the countries I liked had corruption revealed. You'd think these guys would be delighted. Hey, aren't these guys supposed to be leftists? Don't you think they should be like, thankfully, the bourgeois and their offshore account holding, the corrupt politicians in Russia are being held to account now, you know? I hope they are held to account here in the States too, but yeah. I thought these guys were anti-corruption, but not if it's like even tangentially related to Soros, I guess. One of the main groups behind both the Pandora Papers and Panama Papers is top ICIJ partner OCCRP, sorry. The Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project. Again, the funny thing is that like the funny thing, I guess, about these guys reporting on corruption from other groups is that for them to draw lines to the CIA, they have to draw it like a web. You know what I mean? Like, well, this group talked with this group, and this group has this subsidiary that once worked with this group, and that group was commissioned by the CIA. You know what the line is between like gray zone and the Russian government? It's a straight line. It's a single direct line. Yeah, a single gray line right there between the two. Or like Assadists. Like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. Nice memes. Was this even a segment? I don't even, yeah. So much of this is just, yeah. Reread that, they started talking about the Rockefellers. Oh my god. Oh, this is the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. There we go. Curious. So, how is it a CIA front, I guess? Rockefeller Brothers Fund, CIA? I'm not seeing any. Is it because it was Rockefellers? I'm not. Oh, well, here's a gray zone article. Isn't it interesting how whenever you look up information on these people's CIA attachments, the first things that come up are gray zone articles? That's kind of interesting, isn't it? You know, it's like when people on Stormfront tell you to do their own research, and then you're like, okay, and you research it, and a Stormfront article pops up, it's like, damn. But this is about David Rockefeller, like David Rockefeller, not the Rockefeller Fund that we were looking at. David Rockefeller repeatedly corresponded with Kissinger before CIA-backed coup. When the Chilean people elected Marxist Allende, Chase Manhattan back was furious as with the U.S. government. Wait, where's the source on their repeated correspondence? Rockefeller repeatedly corresponded with Kissinger before CIA-backed coup toppled Allende. Is there a source on that? Look at the author. Ah, our good friend, Ben Norton. Hello again. I mean, it's totally possible. Is there a source on it? I don't see citations anywhere. I see links. There's no citations at the bottom. This links to Margaret Thatcher and Ron. Okay, this is a broken link, but it's supposed to link to A Brief History of Neoliberalism, which is a book that I am aware of the existence of. This links to a 404, which was a download for the book Crisis in Democracy. This is an article from Noam Chomsky in 1981. Guys, aren't journalistic outlets supposed to be very heavy with their citations? Isn't that like the #1 rule in journalism? You cite and source absolutely everything, but because the truth value of your information is critical. Especially people who are supposed to do investigative reporting, like the Gray Zone. Here's a link in neoliberalism. It's just interesting they have links to things like neoliberalism. This is Corp Watch, a 404 link. Here they are talking about the New World Order. Oh, nice. Look, here they're talking about the New World Order, which they say already exists and is a product of unchallenged corporate power. And yet, when articles come out about dark money being filtered through the Cayman Islands and other offshore accounts, they're opposed to it because it doesn't implicate America enough. So what's their real allegiance? ICIJ talks about their methodology and shares the Pandora paper data here. This is what real journalism looks like. Uh-oh. Watch out, Gray Zone. Okay, here's some charts. Here are the charts. There's where they pulled that thing from. So they're quite mad about. They have citations here in the bottom. Who are the firms at the heart of the Pandora Papers? The leaked files come from 14 offshore service providers. Oh, that's nice. Here are all the records, and here's the time period during which they were cited, and here are where the founding offices are located. Yeah, that's nice, you know. How many politicians did each firm in the Pandora Papers serve? Damn, Alcogal, really going for it. Wow. Is ICIJ going to release the Pandora Papers data? With today's publication, it is sharing data and details about the use of companies in secrecy jurisdictions by more than 50 politicians through the Power Players feature. They're planning to incorporate data from the Pandora Papers into the Offshore Leaks database. To learn more about ICIJ's data releases, subscribe to their email newsletter. Okay, well, that's nice. They also dumped a ton of info on journalists who are still piecing through all of it. 12 million files is quite a bit to go through. Almost 1 billion Bibles of data, the Pandora paper in numbers. Yeah. Sheesh. Yeah, we saw this little scroll down before as well. I don't know, man. I just don't know why I should trust the Gray Zone on this one. If I can ever get like a Gray Zone guy on, the main thing that I want to talk with him about is like, why should anyone trust you? All of your social media is blatantly partisan, beyond the point of like political bias and towards outright misinformation. And you seem to constantly contradict like left-leaning policy and ideological goals whenever those goals like contradict the geopolitical interests of Russia and of you know, Assad. Oh yeah, do they publish who they get funded by? Who funds the Gray Zone? Oh, apparently Bad Empanada made a video on that. I'm actually asking, does anyone know? No, they don't remember. It's only Patreon. Would you be mad at me if I told you that I didn't believe you? I don't think it's only Patreon. They literally presented at the United Nations on behalf of Russia. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Ah, yes, the free speech and truth-loving Chinese government views the Gray Zone's coverage of China positively. Chinese state-controlled media cited the Gray Zone 313 times over about a year and a half's period. Jesus Christ. I mean, the U.S. State Department has never cited my work, so... Yeah, what is the Gray Zone's Patreon? Jesus, are you fucking kidding me? 840 patrons? Yeah, I don't think this is where they're getting their money from. Just a feeling I've got. Yeah, there's no fucking way. Split with their team? Yeah, I don't know about that one, folks. I don't know. That would surprise me. Not to mention, doesn't Max Blumenthal literally work for RT? Did Max Blumenthal not have RT on his Twitter bio before? I'm almost positive that I remember that. Yes, and Sputnik? Sputnik is state media, right? Hold on. He is a regular contributor to Sputnik and RT. Okay, yeah. So, yeah, state media. Would any... Guys, if there was U.S. state media that I frequently contributed to, would anyone take any of my positions seriously? I don't know how we're excusing this stuff. Russian state media? Like, yeah, dude, you're not just an advocate. You call other people like state assets when you were literally directly on the payroll of the Russian government. It's like the projection is so fucking insane. But people like buy this. They accuse me of being a shill, but hey, all you got to do is take a look at my YouTube views, baby. I don't need money from anywhere else. You want to wonder whether I'm getting outside funding? I don't need it. Thank you. Frequent contributor to Timcast Live. Is that true? Oh, you meant me. Sorry, I thought you meant Blumenthal. I was thinking, wait, I hadn't heard that. Yeah, no, sorry. As good of content as that would be, you know. Unfortunately, no. What do we got on the front page of the Gray Zone today, man? Inside the CIA plot to kidnap and kill Julian Assange. I am so over Julian Assange, dude. I've given my position. I feel like I gave my position on this like 4 years ago, you know? I mean, he's still, like, it's still fucked up how he's being treated, so I'm not saying that the position here is necessarily wrong. It's just... Top Cuban diplomat speaks to the Gray Zone about renewed U.S. assault. Corporate media stirred global terror hysteria to push post-war hostility towards new Afghan government. Oh, no way. Are they actually defending the Taliban government and saying that Western media hysteria is meant to stir bias against the Taliban government? The media's latest ahistorical freakout over Afghanistan is further evidence of its de facto merger with the U.S. national security state. The media freaking out over us pulling out of a 20-year war, a terrorist attack that killed more soldiers in 1 second than had died in the past couple of years combined, and then a Biden drone striked a bunch of innocent kids. And what? I think the media should be like paying attention to this, right? Yeah, it says the gray zone is called extreme left by Media Bias Fact Check with mixed sourcing. Yeah, sorry, guys, don't fall for it. Don't fucking fall for it. Being pro-China and pro-Russia does not make you a leftist. It's the opposite, actually. Following the Taliban's victory over the U.S. military. Dude, the language! The Taliban didn't win over us. They simply conquered the ANA after we left. They didn't fight against us. Not for a long time. The ANA was doing the work there. Victory over the U.S. military because we left? U.S. corporate media has turned out a new narrative about the imminent threat of terrorism from Afghanistan that sets the stage for future military interventions. Wow, I wonder why people are wondering if there might be a threat of terrorism from the Taliban-owned Afghanistan. It really makes you wonder if there's any potential there, you know? Blasted out in a stunningly disciplined fashion, the media has demonstrated as clearly as ever its coordination with the national security state and advancements of its interest. Hey, hey guys, if the mainstream media is so like uniformly in line with promoting like the military industrial complex and the state interest, why was there all that investigative journalism lambasting Biden for the being behind the drone strike of that American aid worker and the children? Why did like U.S. journalists go and investigate it and then publish the information, which then led to a public embarrassment of Biden, a huge media blowback? Why'd that happen? Is it possible that like this is more complicated than everything is controlled by the CIA? And like they all just have super aligned interests? Guys, this is the last time I'm going to repeat it, but there's one other political group I deal with often that does this exact same thing, where they ignore all the factional and competing interests in the government and in corporations, and they just assign all of it to some sort of dubious conspiratorial influence. There's another group that I deal with that tends to do that. Really makes you think. The corporate media coverage in the weeks following the Taliban entry to Kabul conveyed two overriding political messages. First, that the Taliban victory had brought to power the Haqqani network, which is said to be even more violent than the Taliban and even closer to Al-Qaeda. And second, that the danger of terrorism had now become much more serious because the Taliban could not be counted on to prevent Al-Qaeda from planning a terrorist attack. Okay? Those two messages are firmly rooted in the U.S. military's determined opposition to ending the U.S. military presence in the country, which shaped the media echo chamber that launched its assault in mid-August and the Biden administration withdrawal, as the Gray Zone reported. What? They also reflect the interest of the U.S. counterterrorism bureaucracy in maintaining the fiction that Al-Qaeda's presence in Afghanistan poses an imminent threat to the U.S. I don't know how to read this other than they're like delegitimizing the idea that terrorism might come from a terrorist group that took over a country. Sounding the phony terrorism alarm. Now that the Taliban are back in power, there are already worries that Afghanistan will again become a breeding ground for Islamic radicalism and terrorism aided by new technologies and social media. Erlanger acknowledged the experts disagreed on how big a threat the Taliban might become or how quickly. Okay. However, he claimed that many doubted at the time that the Taliban would or could keep its promises. Okay. What are the claims being made by this article? What? Meet leftist Gray Zone's new neo-fascist allies in denying China's genocide of Uyghurs. An academic institute tied to an anti-Semitic Italian Nazi Maoist, Jesus Christ, linked to Iran has released a report denying China's atrocities against the Uyghurs. It's been loudly welcomed by America's conspiracy theory-riven, autocrat-loving, anti-imperialist left. I don't know what Haaretz is. I don't know what this news org is. Israel? It's Israel. Gotcha. Does anyone know of its political leanings? How can you be Maoist and a Nazi? More common than you might think. Mostly left-leaning? Okay. This is supposed to be a picture of Alexander Dugin and Claudio Muti. Alexander Dugin being that Nazbol guy from Russia. He's an admirer of Iranian-style Islamic fundamentalism. Jesus Christ, this guy really is a J-Reg character. Holy fuck. Okay, Haaretz is left-leaning and seems to have decent factual reporting. That's nice. Okay, whatever. Nazbol Vortex shit. U.S. Congress outlines new phase of economic attacks and hybrid war on Nicaragua's Sandinista government. From Ben Norton again. How big corporations and Bill Gates took over the UN Food Summit. With Clinton lawyer charged, the Russiagate scam is now under indictment. What? In accusing Clinton campaign lawyer Michael Sussman of lying to the FBI, special counsel John Durham offers new evidence of the fabrications behind the Trump-Russia conspiracy theory. Nice. Now we're doing the no Russiagate, even though it was proven that there were significant correspondences between Trump's administration and the Russian government. I don't know about the specific lies being made here, but yeah, arrests were made, indictments were made. The U.S. is turning oil-rich Nigeria into a proxy for its Africa wars. Day of the Plains and 9/11 excerpt from The Management of Savagery. Were the notorious dancing Israelis... Oh my god. 9/11 plotters, spies, or just common scam artists? What is your conclusion? This is a very long article. This is an extremely long article. My goodness. Okay. Though we may never get the full story from the Sutters, the truth that Israelis like them are everyone else. Some are good, some are bad, and all are perfectly capable of criminal behavior. In the case of those arrested 9/11, there is scant evidence they danced and plenty indicating they scammed. So they were scammers? Here we got the soy face Wojak. This is a very odd and very long article for something that's only talked about by neo-Nazis. Does anyone else think that's kind of weird? Like, it's 9/11 and you're... Like, nobody talks about the dancing Israelis outside of, like, Pol, you know? The rest of their content is about, like, opposing American hegemony, right? I don't know. How elite U.S. institutions created Afghanistan's neoliberal President Ashraf Ghani, who stole $169 million from his country. Oh, now we're against corruption in foreign governments. Afghanistan collapse reveals Beltway's media's loyalty to a permanent war state. I want to see more, dude. These are the latest stories. Well, hold on. No, where's... I want to feed. Here we go. More reports. Meet U.S. government-backed regime change guru Gene Sharp, mastermind of soft coups. Why won't the U.S. medical establishment believe women? COVID-19s do not warn about menstrual disruption. Oh, nice. So we found one thing about the vaccines so far, and it's an anti-vax article. So far, so good. I have 5 female friends who, after receiving COVID-19 vaccines, experienced disruption in their menstrual cycles. Please tell me this isn't just based on an anecdote. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration does not warn women who get the shots they may experience a disrupted menstrual cycle. Maybe they haven't fully studied it? Possibly? Maybe it's like a rare possible side effect of the vaccination, and the degree of disruption varies significantly, and they don't. Here's pharma contributions. Are big pharma and the U.S. government afraid that vigorous and transparent research might reveal larger structural and legally troublesome problems? Do they worry that if women and girls are apprised of the full scope of potential side effects, they may act irrationally, refuse to get a COVID vaccine per the program, and as such cannot be trusted with the information? Jesus Christ, this is literally just an anti-vax article. Like, there might be some infrequent side effect to the vaccine that hasn't been fully reported on because it's not that common. Why does big pharma and the US government not trust Americans with this information? Is it because they won't go along with the COVID vaccine program if they are? Yeah, this is very... Yeah. Was there any information on the frequency of these issues? Can we move on? No, I can't, sorry. Where are these reports? This is from the Daily Beast and from July 2nd. The author is a professor. Nice. I was finally listening to women about vaccines. This seems to me like it has more to do with the medical industry's historical difficulty with isolating and reporting on medical issues specific to assigned female at birth people than it does like hiding the truth. There are already full lists of potential side effects, or not full, I guess, because they're always updating and being revised, but it's not like they haven't indicated the existence of any side effects, you know? The medical industry has always had, yeah, a bias towards assigned male at birth people when it comes to reporting on the consequences of some stuff. In Somalia, the U.S. is bombing the very terrorists it created, with terrorists in quotation marks here. I wonder if the groups that we're bombing are actual terrorists. The Somali National Army needed air support in its operations to counter al-Shabaab. Well, let's take a look. A terrorist jihadist fundamentalist group based in East Africa and Yemen. Isn't this literally attack place of gathering schools and local civilian targets? Terrorist group, I guess. That's what the article is saying, isn't it? I mean, it put quotation marks around terrorist. Al-Shabaab is the wing of Al-Qaeda in Somalia? Gotcha. Not denying, of course, that our intervention causes the surge of terrorist activity in these parts of the world. They're backed by Al-Qaeda. Terrorists. Don't worry about it, okay? New York Times WAPO national security reporter served at pro-war Pentagon-funded think tank. Okay. How a network of UK Intel-linked operatives helped sell every alleged Syrian chemical weapons attack. There we go, guys. There we go. We got it. We made it in, folks. Twitter partners with UK government-backed CIA-linked routers. CIA-linked routers. Really? That's what you have to say about routers. That's the default connection you're going to make. That's how you're going to define them. That's it? Is it routers? I never hear stuff said out loud. I only ever fucking... It's Reuters? Reuters! Oh my god, that explains so much. I hate that. Anyway, by censor alternative views here, what they're probably talking about is conservative misinformation, right? So this article came out on August 4th, and they're talking about misinfo on Twitter. I think this has to do with vaccine misinfo, right? Wasn't this around the time they started to push for, like, cracking down on that harder? Here's Max Blumenthal complaining. Remember the time Twitter slapped a warning label on my factual article exposing Reuters, sorry, as a British intel contractor conducting information warfare ops against Russia? And then here we link to his own article. Very spooky background. There's Bellingcat again. Participated in covert UK Foreign Office funded programs to weaken Russia, leaked docs reveal. Wait, isn't this just Russiagate? Isn't this just the reverse of Russiagate? They really don't like Bellingcat? Yeah. Their only arguments against anything and everything done here is their ties to, like, the U.S. State Department. That's it. If they actually cared about, like, the principles of the things. Meanwhile, based Reuters. Well, Reuters has a higher, like, credibility than Grayzone could ever, like, dream of having, you know? There are so many conspiracy theories all the fucking time. Here's a video of Grayzone sponsoring the views of Alexander Dugin, open anti-Semite and fascist. The Grayzone are just fucking insane.
Focused on is your work with the Russian political scientist Alexander Dugin.
Ah, yes. That's how we describe him. A political scientist. You know? Nothing else. No particular, nothing of particular note here.
I'm wondering if you can talk about who he is. This is someone who is branded and speaks with now even more so extremist right-wing ideology. What was the nature of your work with him, and why did you stop working with him?
Yeah, well, the right-left political axis doesn't exactly line up with Russian politics.
Literally Nazbol Vortex. That's literally what he's saying. He's describing a proud fascist, but Dugin was like pro-USSR. Because, guys, Dugin says he is on the side of Stalin and the Soviet Union, and he has also espoused fascist views. Can somebody explain this to me? This guy is like the fucking center point of the Nazbol Vortex. Yeah, he's literally the founder of the Nazbol Party. Look, he's a dissident and an anti-communist, but he's on the side of Stalin and the Soviet Union. Literally. Dugin calls it a fourth position. It's not. It's just fascism. Fascists keep reinventing fascism and thinking they're new and special for it. Dude, what if we did fascism, but this time like we also liked Stalin? Oh, you mean fascism. Dude, I've got this crazy third position idea. Okay, check it out. We're not super right-leaning. However, we're hyper-nationalist autocrats who want to fight against degeneracy, promote values of the family, and lead an authoritarian state to promote the interests of our ethnic group. Oh, fascism. Yeah, the fourth position is the third position. Very brilliant political scientist here. Oh, we're so in the weeds right now. Why am I paying attention to any of this? Why is being funded by the U.S. State Department not bad enough for you? You don't need to defend the State Department to owe the gray zone. I'm not defending the State Department. You just need a better argument than that. Tons of shit is funded directly and indirectly through organizations that I don't find, like, defensible. The U.S. government assisted Rojava. Does that make Rojava bad? No, but the gray zone didn't like Rojava because Rojava was anti-Assad. So in spite of the fact that they were literal fucking based-ass socialists out in the desert building shit and trying to build a better life for themselves and other oppressed communities, they get dunked on by people like Gray Zone because they're anti-Assad. Just being related to orgs you don't like is not nearly sufficient enough. These are all just like the video versions of the articles on the website, it looks like. What are we doing? Oh, we're in so deep. Craig Murray's jailing is the national security state's latest attack on independent journalism. What did he get imprisoned for? Imprisoned in the UK over media contempt for the first time in 50 years. Former ambassador to Uzbekistan. Okay, what'd he do? What did he do? We'll see if court proceedings. He alleged the Scottish National Party leadership. and the others conspired to convict Salon on charges of sexual harassment, attempted rape. The judge in the case, Lady Dorian, had issued an order forbidding the publication of the names of the women who testified against Salmond or other information that might identify them. In March of 2021, she found Murray to be in contempt of court after he published info that, in her view, could potentially lead to identifying some of the complainants and sentenced him to 8 months imprisonment. That's it? So he was arrested because he published info that threatened the safety of the women who testified against Alex Salmond? I don't necessarily know how I feel about like the full arrest and like jailing or whatever, but I don't know if that's an assault on independent journalism. It seems pretty specific to the case, does it? My point is that you can't give benefit of the doubt to the fucking CIA. Have I, guys, at any point in this chat, have I ever said anything positive about the CIA? At all? Have I ever said, why do people do this? Shut up. Literally when? Jesus Christ. I'm just saying you have to substantiate claims. That's it. Uzbekistan University career, political activities. He opposed the war on terror. That's based. Democrats, yes, in the referendum. Okay, I mean, I guess it seems unfortunate. I guess I don't know if this is necessarily an attack. National security states assault on independent journalism. Such alarmist conspiratorial language at all times. Foreign agents number 1, exposing the San Isidro movement in U.S. cultural war in Cuba. I can't read. How Washington's top Taiwan specialists embraced separatist party leader and opened the new cross-strait crisis. Ah, yes, because they're pro-China as well, right? They call it Taipei. Dude. No wonder Chinese state media is willing to cite them, dude. Oh, yeah, dude. Chinese Taipei. Ah, yes, the... I mean, they said Beijing. Oh, that's true. That's true. Hold on, wait, hold on. Yeah, if they're doing Beijing and Taipei, yeah. Don't some like hardcore like defenders of Taiwan call it like Taipei? Not Taiwan, they call it Taipei because Taiwan like asserts a national identity, but Taipei is like the China calls Taiwan Chinese Taipei. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I was right. That's what I thought. Chinese Taipei is a designated term being used in various international orgs as to refer to the sovereign state commonly known as Taiwan. Okay, yeah, I thought so. I know that yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay, yeah, I didn't think, yeah, okay. But they are saying Beijing here, so they're comparing cities. Okay, yeah, okay. All right. Okay, they use Taiwan for the rest, okay. Why am I looking at this? I forget. Oh my god, we're 17 minutes past. Okay, hold on. Wait, we have to end stream. Oh my god, we didn't even do donos. What the fuck? Can I do donos tomorrow? What are we even doing right now? Yeah, we got... Ooh, got a little distracted there. Hold on, sorry. You did this to yourself? Yeah, I used to browse, like, Stormfront a bunch when I was a kid, too, because it's so weird looking into that world. The crazy conspiracy shit. Alright, we're back now. Holy fuck. Okay, we're gonna go through these quickly. Do not get mad. What? What's up? No, this is a distraction. No. No. No cats. You're running a stream time limit now? It's my Nuggies time limit, okay? I'm a hungry boy, alright? M. Dot and Matthew H25, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. True Ang, thank you for the 70s. Sanguine Phantome, Charlie Owo, and Matthew H, thank you for the $5 all. I really, really appreciate that. Ziggy Zach, thank you likewise. Schleppen Life, thank you for the $5. Oh, yeah, for sure. Turn the oven on. Absolutely. Yes, casinos are terribly predatory. Daniel Rathbun, N5 Nolia, and Markinator, thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Vosh, what do you think of this Thought Slime tweet about you? Sounds to me like Thought Slime is also pro-white genocide. Curious. Vosh is really trying to paint Professor Flowers as being pro-white genocide because she got frustrated by the inanity of his hypothetical question. The question of, hey, I'm in favor of land back, but they shouldn't do ethnic cleansing against the race that colonized them hundreds of years ago, right? Is that an inane hypothetical? It's happened before. It's pretty direct. Yeah. Pretty direct. And we spent hours on it, too, so it's not like it was just a run-by. You know, Vosh's fans tend to be the most toxic people in the face of the God's green earth. Cope! Thought Slime is the definition of a fucking crybaby. 100%. Thought Slime is incredibly snippy, passive-aggressive, and toxic. On social media and in general. My community is relentlessly positive. And the people who shit-talk me on social media don't get hate anywhere near as much as you would expect, given the size of my audience. At least they mention you by name. This is the first time Thought Slime has ever had the courage to directly say my name. I'm almost proud. Facebook really is gone. Yeah. Nice meme. Why do you not have a desktop wallpaper? Why? To distract myself? To hamper my flow? Corvidae also cited Professor Flowers. Corvidae is fucking insane. That's only like a testament to the legitimacy of my position. Corvidae is like a horrendous, abusive piece of shit, but anytime anyone says anything negative about him, he talks about how, like, men are coming to his door right now to kill him. He actually said that. He actually said, like, I couldn't tweet out earlier how I thought Vosh was bad because it's literally dangerous to do so. Oh yeah, dude. It's saying Vosh bad is a super contentious opinion online right now. Through the Wormhole and Logic Haver, thank you for the $2 both. Can't you make the same case to ban porn as gambling? No. Porn is an entire, like, range of artistic expression. Gambling is literally just, like, a means of extracting money from desperate people when it's like slots or whatever. Hobbit, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Sake with a very kind $10. Really appreciate that. Yes, that's true. Even in the public square, we did have, like, essentially TOS restrictions with, like, public decorum. Open Storm and Hobbit, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Hobbit, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Temp account 20, thank you likewise. Cryptoplasm, thank you for the $3. Norse Homo, thank you for the tier 1 sub. The Game Couch, thank you for the very kind $10. Really appreciate that. What does decolonization mean to you? Does the PRC's absorption of Hong Kong count as an example of decolonization since the city was a simple example of British imperialism? No. Take a look at the people's opinions in Hong Kong. China is colonizing Hong Kong. They wanted what they had before more than what they're getting now. Decolonization is just uprooting and deconstructing any systems of power which are created by either an existing or a legacy of colonialism. But colonialism can also be neutered and assimilated, you know? Like with the case in Hong Kong, they would side, it seems, but Hong Kong was colonized by the Brits. That's all of human history, man. Everywhere, all countries are just colonizer, then colonizer, then colonizer. Decolonization is super complicated, super contextual. Tovan Atreides and Rekavin, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Yes, there's a big strike wave coming soon. We'll be covering that tomorrow for sure. Markinator and Curbtree, thank you for the $5 both. You see Bad Empanada's video calling you a liberal who can't make arguments without comparing everything to the Nazis. You know, I think very little of the people who make these arguments because the fact of the matter is I'm right every time. People are like, you compare Nazis to... And like, I'm literally talking about conspiratorial, nationalist, fascist, anti-Semites. Like, when I make these comparisons, they're salient. If Bad Empanada's too unintelligent to like actually hear the point and just gets triggered by the language, that's on you. The fact of the matter is that leftists actually have a long and proud history of pointing out fascism in all of its positions. Leftists have historically actually been very aggressive in pointing out where fascism lies. Modern leftists, because they're chicken shit cowards who don't want to sound like liberals, have given up on this because liberals call people fascists. So lefties pull away from it and they don't want to talk about fascism anymore. They think it's beneath them. Let the liberals handle the anti-fascism. I'll talk about the real issues. Cowards. Big Thick Boy for Life and Comrade Rowe, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Let me see. Maybe Curb 3. Tor the Twat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. Khalik Tessie, thank you for the very kind $20. I promise you I'll spend that on my editors. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the very kind $10. True. Imagine making only 3 to 5 million a year as Hassan. Pagan Fox, Virtual Guy, and Princess Latias, thank you for the tier 1 subs all. I really appreciate that. Bliss the MC and Wiggle Charlie, thank you for the $5. I get that, Wiggle Charlie. It's difficult. Jarhead, thank you for the £10. Would you recommend sociology for university? Yes. And get in good with your professors, okay? Be friendly with them. They can give you valuable information and help you out. Casper Christensen, I do not know about Eminem's new restaurant, sorry. Flake Tessie, thank you for the very kind $10. I have not been replaced with Alec Jones, my apologies. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Why does Vashvi even exist when OK Buddy Vaush eclipses it in every way just like you do with Hassan? If only. That's a good question, though. James Keane, thank you for the very kind $20. Stunlock bad. This day was all stunlocks. We'll be more focused tomorrow. It's been a while since we've done an early stream. Umbrestophiles and Stretch is Boring, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Much appreciated. Geralt the Boring Trivia, thank you kindly. I'll take a look at that soon, comrade. Got to run it through. Sweetie Bear, Daniel Lannister, and Stretch is Boring, thank you for the $5 all. Happy belated birthday, Stretch is Bear. I really appreciate that. Kai Kevender, thank you for the $5.69. Thank you very, very much. We'll be going over that strike for sure. Alpha Demon, thanks the tier 2 sub. DNat, thanks the tier 1 sub. Likewise, Bricklayer, Hobbit, and Hobbit again, and Hobbit again. Thank you for the tier 1 subs all. Mag Pigeon, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Thank you very, very much. I'm happy to hear your boyfriend got you into my content, and I'm happy to keep you entertained with the VODs. The Palminator, thank you for the very kind $5. Did you see Dumbfuck talking shit about TJ? Oh yeah, I saw this. Nice to see the big politics brain on Twitch denigrating himself with takes that are literally, you complain about wealthy people, but you make money. TJ posted a video of the wealthy elite are laughing at you daily, and but he also has a large to me like upper-sized Patreon. Sometimes it feels like a shitty episode of Black Mirror. I don't know what kind of like brain limiter you have to be operating on to see people complaining about wealth while making money and thinking that's what Black Mirror was. That would have been a good Black Mirror episode, though, you know? Our doughy-eyed protagonist, you know? They realize that, like, wealthy people cause social harm, but then they realize some of the people who say that are also wealthy, and it's like 40 minutes, and it's, like, really deep, and I guess it'd have to be really slow-paced to keep someone like Destiny along on issues like these, but he means hiding how much they are make. Who literally fucking cares? It's a Patreon. It's a Patreon. I'm sorry, guys. Do you think the wealthy elite laughing at you daily are people with Patreons who don't show the amount of money they make every month? Is this the Black Mirror? Ah, yes, dude. The cackling hordes of large Patreon of large Patreon account holders, dude. They're laughing at you. God, it's so stupid. Inca Blue, thank you for the $3. I think you'd like Cruelty Squad. It's very anti-capitalist. I will give it a look. I think I've seen this in that Patreon is split between 5 people. I've heard that as well. Yeah, that there are like 2 people who work and then like 3 production assistants or something. Deej Streams, thank you for the very kind $20. Hey, just watched Heem and Flowers' discussion, how obviously Flowers' knowledge of modern native people is only online. As a person who's worked for multiple nations, they're very conservative and hate Black Lives Matter. Yeah, they also literally define colonizers as white people. Like, they literally explicitly said that. Which is pretty crazy, you know? Pretty unironically racist, honestly, to erase the history of the world like that. Kakawin, falafel is delicious as well. No denying that. It's harder to make, though. And Kenpachi Ramasama, thank you for the very kind $10. When is the Battletech stream, man? I issue a bachal on this. I have no fucking idea what that is, but I'm just going to go ahead and say yes. Mara909, thank you for the tier 1 sub. 85 to Derek, thank you for the $5. True. And Comrade Robin Hood, this is everyone who got the Iranian-backed reward. Look at who's the top of this list. Yeah, this group invited David Duke in the past, right? Serena Shim Award. Serena Shim. Live on Resistance Radio. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure this org's, yeah, the Syrian Nazi Party has ties to this org. Sussy wussy stuff, you know? How do I get this award? What is it, $1,000? Bring it in. Well, there's Jimmy Dore, Max Blumenthal, Kim Iverson. I wonder if I took a look at all these people, you know? Julian Assange, of course. Aaron Mate, Ben Norton. The Gray Zone, I guess, just as like a site. Yeah, we've got Dinkle Hinkle over here. Richard Medhurst. Is Glenn in here? You'd feel like Greenwald would be in here, right? I'm actually kind of surprised. Am I missing him? Huh, I don't see him. Moon of Alabama? I don't fucking know. Moon of Alabama. Where was that again? Where was that? Oh. Where barflies get together. This sure is a website. U.S. government provides another trove of offshore papers of people it dislikes. Jesus Christ, dude. It looks like a 9/11 truther board. It might well be. All right, folks, I love you very much. I'm sorry for the a little bit scatterbrained stream. It's just I haven't done like a proper politics stream in a while, and I'm just bursting with information I want to share, by which I mean I got distracted very easily multiple times over and over again. I just couldn't stop getting distracted. Since we were talking about the Gray Zone for a good portion of that, I'm going to throw you guys over to Dylan Burns TV. It feels appropriate, feels apropos, feels cool, feels rowdy, feels Chad. I hope all of you have a wonderful time. Go on over there and be nice to Dylan. I am going to go make and eat chicken nuggies, and I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. Hopefully we can get 3 hours on then. If not, we'll make it work sometime in the near future. Everyone take care. Be well.